Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you're all here. Welcome back. It feels good to be back. Feels good to be back. Oh man. Now, autumn __. To be fair, I was not uploading shorts instead of streaming. I had scheduled that short, so it goes live when I go live. So technically, I wasn't. I did have a slightly later start though because I needed to go mix a drink really quick, so that's what I was doing, and it just happened to go live right as, you know, I was doing that. So anyway, Lazarla says, dude, I'm so nervous right now. My friend's flight here is half done. Ooh, I have a pit in my stomach. Completely understandable that you're feeling that way, but I'm sure it's going to be totally fine. You got nothing to worry about. I'm sure you will, but you got nothing to worry about. I'm not saying you will have something to worry about. I'm saying you probably will worry, but you have nothing to worry about. So don't worry. Don't worry. It's gonna be a-okay. Loki, good evening. Welcome. I keep smacking my mic every single time I move my hands. Welcome. Glad you're here. How's your day been? Autumn __ says, oh, what drink? It's nothing that exciting. It's what's it called? It's like it's just like a blue raspberry drink. It's not an actual mixed drink. I wish it was, but it's not. Do not have any ingredients right now for anything that fancy. So it's just a blueberry mixed drink. It was between this and pink lemonade, and I was like, I feel like I'm all lemonaded out, so I decided to just go with a blue raspberry punch thing. It's okay. It's supposed to be like a sports recovery drink, and so, you know, Loki says, good. Now for the live reminder to get your free fab assets. Absolutely need to do that. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I already jumped on and did that this time. I think we're good on that one, but I appreciate the reminder. Also, does this seem quieter than usual? Music? I don't know. Maybe we'll go with that. We'll see what happens. Anywho. Not that nasty thing from the pantry. It is that nasty thing from the pantry. So I bought these packets of like this blueberry drink. I think it's called like something pickleball something. Anyway, yeah, they don't taste great. This is like the only drink I've ever had that the more watered down it is, the better. So yeah, it got a very low star rating on Amazon, I will tell you that. But yes, it is the nasty thing from the pantry. For some reason, I got 500 mana. Hey, is it because of the raid? Did the raid give you some extra mana? It may have been that. Autumn __ says lemonade would have been thematically appropriate, but that makes sense. Well, it would have been, except for that we are officially done with Lemonade on Main Street. Kind of. We're done with it on stream. I still have a little bit of touch-up things that I need to do, but we are technically officially done with the development work of it. In fact, if anyone's interested, maybe I was gonna save the whole like grand reveal for people to play test. So I guess if you don't want to see the beginnings of it, then maybe stop watching for a few minutes. But I have gone through and I've gotten a few things added, a few things changed. We're just going to really quickly look into this. I'm just going to show everyone where we're currently at. I still have a few more sound effects I need to add for like the UI. There's still a little bit more to the music I need to fix. And then I think it's just about there, and I should be able to package it and get it uploaded to itch so that everyone can test it out, and hopefully there's not too many bugs. So anyway, I will really quickly, just for anyone that's here and while everyone's kind of getting in here, I'm just gonna kind of show you where we're currently standing with Lemonade on Main Street. So let me just pause this really quick, and we will turn up the desktop audio so everyone can hear. Yeah, this should be good. This should be good. I made it really quick. I made it so that if you press a button, it'll skip past into the menu. But yeah, so we got our menu here now. I'm trying to remember everything that we had last stream. I don't know if the menu was in here and working or not. But anyway, so we got our menu. We've got our credits. So nothing too crazy. Just created my mood games. Music by Axel Benedict. So thank you, Axel. Appreciate it. Next, we got our special thanks. So everyone who put in a a lemonade order should have everyone's names in here. If your name is on here and it's not in a way that you want it to be, let me know and I can get that changed. Also, if I missed someone who put in a lemonade order, let me know. Send me a message on Discord or something like that, because I hope and I think that I got everyone. But we'll see. We will see. Also, thank you. Thank you for the blessing. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. I feel like I missed so many. Let's see. Lemonade would have been thematically appropriate. Yes, she's going to be really hungry by the time she gets here. She's been in the airport. Also, I apologize. I feel like that's probably pretty loud. There we go. She's been in the airport since 8 a.m. with only one meal. That would make her very hungry. Yeah. I'm making her a smoothie drink on the way home. Nice, nice. Yeah. Smoothies are a fantastic way to go. It's because of the stream streak. Oh, that would make more sense. Yeah, the stream streak. Good point. Good point. Whatever it just means, I'm closer to my goal. That's a good point. It's a good point. Cool, man. Where you at? Speaking of that smoothie, I need to go make it. I'm gonna lurk for a bit. No worries. Good luck with the smoothie. How much mana? Bless you. Why is Z backwards in the name? So, I'm gonna have to fix that. Apparently, when I made this font, I somehow drew the Z backwards. I flipped it, and I did not notice until today. I was looking at something for the game, and I was like, why does that Z look so much like an S? And then I realized I drew it in the same orientation as an S. So I'm going to fix that. The Z will be fixed so that your name will actually be spelled correctly and not look like Lasarla. Or if you want to be Lasarla, we could change it up. Anyway, yes, then we, new game, and it'll just let you know that if you start a new game, it's going to save over your game data. So yes, here we go. Same thing here, just kind of tells you everything here. But then we have like a little thing to tell you to click or press Z. I know that looks like an S, but press Z to continue. Yada, yada, yada. And I don't know if anyone's noticed. You probably haven't because I've been talking over it, but we've got sound effects now. Maybe if I turn it back up. All right, I'm going to stop talking for a little bit so you can hear all the sounds and all the music and all that fun stuff. You start on your first day. The cars passing. I completely forgot that I set it to only run for 5 minutes because I was still testing out this end screen. Anyways, yeah, so we got the end screen now. And here, I'll turn this back up so you can hear the UI sound effects. Yeah. Then, it's gonna be stormy. Wait for it. Wait for it. Like you really cannot hear that rain at all, but it's there, I swear. And on top of the rain, we've also got some thunder claps when it actually happens. And I'm still on the fence about the sound for the people, so when you hear it, let me know what you think. Axel did a fantastic job with the music. I feel like it really sets the vibe just so well. Yeah, I definitely will need to turn up the volume of the sounds a little bit, I think. Like, you can barely hear the rain. And you can kind of hear the thunder, kind of hear the cars. I don't know. The idea is to enjoy the music more than you're enjoying, like, the sounds of the passing cars, the people talking, the thunder claps. But I do feel like we need to turn up the sound maybe just a little bit. Speaking of which, maybe we'll try it in here, actually, because I can just, it's literally linked to a variable. So if I just come in here and I say, background sound volume, let's turn that up to like 40. And then let's do the sound effects volume, let's turn that up to 70. Maybe. Let's see, as a kid, I had some, that's supposed to say refreshing, cold, bitter raspberry juice. Can I get it in a medium? Absolutely. You got the little pour sound effect now. That one's also still pretty quiet. Let's see, and as a kid, I had a cold... Crap. Forgot to buy ice. That's my bad. Anyway, so... yeah. There is still some stuff we need to take care of. There's still some sound effects I need to adjust the volumes a little bit here and there. I just need to go through with a fine-tooth comb and just make sure that it's all just right. Wow, I lost a lot of money today. How did I lose so much money? I think there's a bug there as well that I need to fix. So, anyway, yeah, so I need to do that. I need to fix that, and anyway, so that's what we've got. It's just about there. But that is for a different not stream thing. So, because again, we're done with that. We're gonna submit it and call it good. So, anyway, Nicholas Smith, hey from YouTube, love what you're working on. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate it. I'm assuming that Icarus. Whoa!
Thanks for the follow, Icarus75.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm assuming that Icarus is also Nicholas over on YouTube. So, yes. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, YouTube's a little sparse tonight. It seems like, kind of sad. So, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome over to Twitch. Happy to have you over here. I am the Nicholas from YouTube. Okay, just making sure. Well, glad you're here. Welcome. Yeah, so we were just kind of going over a game jam project that we had been working on for the past couple weeks, but we've just about finished that. I've done everything that I needed to on stream, and I'm just going to be going through kind of like combing over all the small little details, making sure that it all looks and feels right before I actually submit it. And yeah. Oh, the one thing that I forgot to show, actually, let me just pull this up really quick. I got the saves working, so now you can do continue game, and it loads into the next day. So at the end of each day, it will save the game, and then it loads the next day. So it saved at 6/2, and yeah, it's good times. Anyway, that was just the end of that. Anyway, oh, let's see here. Autumn__ says, oh, also, you helped me realize my name wasn't capitalized on Twitch. I changed that, and you can too in the credits if you want. Oh, I absolutely will. Actually, let's write these things down just so I do not forget. Let's come back over here. Also, I had a cold yesterday. I was a bit sick, and the cough is still lingering. So if I mute myself, chances are it's probably that I'm just coughing. So hopefully it doesn't happen too often though. Here we go. Let's see. Update Autumn's name and fix the Z. Need to do those two more things. All right, switching back over here to Tomb of Versilius, because this is what we got going on. This is what we are back to. Feels good to be back. Also a little nervous. I'm a little nervous about it. A little nervous about going back to Tomb of Versilius. Even though it's only been a couple weeks, I feel like we have been gone forever. And I'm even having a hard time remembering exactly what it was we were working on. So, we're going to open up the project and just take a look at it and, yeah, see what we got going on here. Autumn__ says, gasp, artificially boosting views. Shh, quiet. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, it's not a bot, so it's fine. It's all right. I think. Should be fine. Yes, so let's come over here. Let's pull up. Let's see, that's Lemonade on main. Tomb of Versilius. Here we go. So yeah, again, I do not remember where we left off over here. Do not remember where we left off. So let's see here. Oh no, Icarus. You are a bot. I knew it. You and your beep boops. Oh no, my whole chat is just filled with bots. I knew it. Oh well. You are all very intelligent bots, and you make me very happy that you're here. So, thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, so here we go. Let's pull this up. I am going to need to fix this really quick, though. Time to log out of all the alts. No, Loki! You're making up like 90% of my viewership right now. Don't log out of the alts. Come back. Okay, here we go. Let's pull this up. Let's see. I need to update this to not be Lemonade on Main Street. This needs to be Tomb of Versilius. There we go. Fantastic. Incredible. Okay, so we got the menu working. I do remember that. New game. Save file 1. Yes. Next. We got the whole story. Right. We got the dungeon. Okay. That's right. We were thinking about switching up the UI. Decided to not switch up the entire UI and just fix the card draw area. That's right. That's what we were working on. Holy smoke. There's a lot of, yes, that is the one. That's the one. Okay. Yes. So we were working on the card draw area and getting it so as you are drawing the cards, it's, the new updated style. That's right. We're going to make it so you can actually build out your deck customization, deck builder stuff. And then we're also making it so that the enemy is drawing from your deck. That's right. Okay. It's all coming back to me now. Whew. Here we go. All right. Should be good. Very advanced bots are we. We are all Loki. Super advanced Loki. Extremely advanced. All your viewers belong to us. Well, it was a good run while it lasted. It was a great run while it lasted. Axel, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. How did the music editing go for the Lemonade game? It went absolutely fantastic. I was actually just showing it off to everybody, but since you're here, and since the music for the game is your baby, we're gonna pull that up really quick again, and then we'll move back over. So here we go. Let's pull this up. I'm actually going to pause this music so you can hear it. Let's turn up the desktop audio, and it's not going to be full screen, but that's fine. We'll get it. We'll get it. So here we go. So Axel, I'm sure that you are noticing this is not the same song that we had set to be the main menu music. And that's because I realized if I cut all 4 songs down to be loopable versions, they all work pretty well for the main menu music. So anyway, so it randomly picks a song every single time you start up the game. So if we refresh this, it's another song. And if we refresh it again, it's another song. But yeah, no. So people over on Twitch, when we were looking over this, we were all in agreement that you did absolutely fantastic work with the music. So much so that if we come over here to the credits, there we go. Music by Axel Benedict. You did fantastic stuff. So, yeah, very, very nice stuff. And then, of course, the special thanks for everyone who put in their Lemonade orders, which, again, I super appreciate that. And, yeah. I also made it so if we come in here to new game, originally I'd made it so that like the music was going to fade back and forth. Decided to change that. It still fades, but it like fades out completely and then fades back in. The reason why I had to change that is because I realized if we're gonna have stormy days, I'm gonna have to fix that. If we're gonna have stormy days, we're gonna have to use the background sound for the rain sound, so the music couldn't play over that. So, for example, here we go. Fades out, goes through their song. Then you got the sound of the rain in the background. Yeah. It's good times. Good times. Low key, Loki. That's true. Cool Man Chiller, are you low key, Loki? I think everybody is a little bit of Loki. Maybe. If a human being is still connected to the Matrix, are you considered a bot? It's a good point. Or I guess I should say, is that a good Velociraptor meme face? Anyway, we're gonna move on now. So so the music's working out fantastic in the game. Axel, you did absolutely fantastic work, and could not be more happy with the music. So it's absolutely fantastic. Cool Man Chill says Nokia, Nokia, no Nokia, no Nokia, no Kia. That is a great tongue twister you got going on there. Hey, you can hear me when I mute myself because I've got the desktop audio up. Okay, let's turn that back up, and we'll play this again. There we go. All right, and Loki is now speaking in tongue with 11001110011001111001. Pretty sure I messed up a little bit right there. Just goes to show I am not a bot. Cool. Axel says Honkai Star Rail just dropped an OP character, so I'll be right back while I pull them. Good luck. I hope you have enough currency to actually pull them. I feel like my luck with getting actual good pulls in Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact are absolute dog water. Terrible stuff. I dare you to say that to my face. Oh yeah, 11011100110011001100110. Got you. He's a bot. Ah, crap. You tricked me into it. I have revealed my true identity. I am a bot. All right. So, back to what we were doing. Okay. So, yes, we were working on the UI. Here we go. So, this is what we want to eventually get to, is all of this fun stuff. Which is great. Them's fighting binary. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. That's why I said it to your face. We want some fights going on up in here. Okay, so, let's see here. We need to do some things and some stuff. If I remember right, oh man, okay. I'm going to apologize up front for this stream. This stream is probably going to be a hodgepodge of disconnected ramblings and trying to get back into the mindset of Tomb of Versilius. So, I apologize if we do not make a whole lot of progress tonight, but I will promise it's going to be a good time of just weirdness, chatting, and hopefully some progress on the game itself. We'll see what happens. Okay, so we got the deck, we got the enemy cards, we've got the player cards. It's the center attack buttons. Okay, so I think, I mean, this must be what we eventually decided on, right? This is the layout we're going with, right? Pretty sure this is the layout we're going with. Should be good. I hope. We'll see. Your color palette still majorly irks me. That is fair. I do need to fix that color palette. All right, we're gonna fix it right here, right now. Let's see. Okay, so we go red, orange, yellow, green. The purple needs to be below the blue. And then the blue goes up to there. There we go. Got it fixed. I mean, it's still technically kind of going backwards because it should go bottom to top, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. You know what? Just because. Now that I've pointed it out, I know it's going to irk me too. Whoops. It's going to irk me as well. So I'm going to just fix that now. There we go. Now it is correct. Now we should be good. We can move on. Should be a good time. Oh, man. All right, cool, man. Chill. I'm all for binary. But when you start bringing bleeps and bloops in here, that's where it goes way over my head. I tried once to learn Morse code. Didn't go well. I think I learned like A, B, and C, maybe D. And after that, I was just like, I'm never gonna use this, so no, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Axel says, oh wait, if you finished the Lemonade's streams, is it on itch yet? So it's not. So I've finished with the streams, but I still need just a little bit of time on my own to go through the game with a fine-tooth comb and just make sure that I've worked out all the bugs. I already know of a few bugs that I need to fix, so I'm gonna be fixing some bugs with any luck. Because let me pull this up really quick. With any luck, so we currently are at a little under 2 weeks left. With any luck, I will have a version on itch by the end of this week. Everyone can play it, can test it, whatever they want to do for the weekend. If we find anything, maybe we'll do like a half stream on Sunday or something like that to fix some bugs. And then after that, we're going to submit it, and it should be good. Although I do want to check here really quick. Conditions and legal. Publishing first offer. Prize winners are required to submit their game to Gotcha Gotcha Games before contacting other publishers if they want to commercialize their game. Gotcha Gotcha Games will make a decision within 10 business days, after which the winner is free from this obligation. So that's the only thing that I'm kind of like, but it should be fine, because that's only if prize winners. So here's the thing, because I'm going to put it on itch, right? I'm going to put a free version on it for testing. I might eventually be like, hey, it's $1, I guess, maybe. And I may also experiment with putting it on Steam. But I think we should be fine. Because the chances of winning, I feel like, are pretty low. So if we don't win, then we're free to put it on itch, we're free to put it on Steam, we're free to put it wherever. But if we win, which is either first place or second place, because there's first place and second place, and then there's Best RPG Maker Unite game, which is just hilarious to me because it's just such a terrible engine. But anyway, so if we don't win first or second, we're free to put it on itch, we're free to put it on Steam, and everything should be fine. That's for commercializing though. I think I can still have it on itch for free. Maybe. But again, that's only if we win. The chances of us winning up against almost 1,700 other people who have joined, so very small. So I don't think we have to worry about it. So we're just gonna say, if we win, at least we'll be walking away with $1,000, probably more than we would have sold it for anyway. So we'll call it good, and then I would assume that we can still have it out there for free, because it says commercializing the game. I don't know. So I'm assuming that everyone should be able to play it, even if it wins. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know what that would look like. But anyway, I do remember reading something like that, and I wanted to make sure that it was actually true. So yes, so if we win, I don't know what it would look like for me to actually have it on itch for everybody to play, let alone even purchase. I don't know what their definition of commercializing would be. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that is neither here nor there. So yes, so hopefully I will have a version for everyone who is interested to play. I'll make sure to post it on Discord when I do have it up and ready to go. That way everyone can go in, you can play it. It's just going to be on itch, so you can just play it on your phone, on your computer without downloading, just in a browser. And yeah, you should be able to just play it in your browser. Shouldn't have to download anything or anything like that. So we'll see. We will see. Axel says, I will speed run it to hunt for other bugs. I appreciate that. There probably will be bugs that will need to be hunted down and destroyed. Oh, trust me, you'll be a prize winner. The music alone is definitely going to get you some points. That is true. The music alone is going to be absolutely, it's going to carry it so much further than it would be on its own. So yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Don't put it on itch because you can get donated money even if it's free. The whole name your price system may be considered commercializing. That's true. Well, so the plan is I'm going to upload it to itch, right? So I'll upload it for like this weekend. Like it'll be a short. I just sounded like Porky Pig there. It'll be that way, folks. It's gonna be something where I'll put it up for like a temporary amount of time, right? So just maybe a few days for people to play it, test it. So it's basically, it would be all of you. Everyone here, everyone who's in the Discord server, everyone who's a knower will be able to not download it, but play it. And then we'll probably pull it while it's in the competition. And then once we reach the end of the competition, then we'll kind of decide on, do we upload it again, or was it a prize winner and now I need to reach out to Gotcha Gotcha Games and see if we can upload it. So, and if nothing else, then I will do a shareware distribution and I will send a link to everyone who's interested in just downloading it for free, because that's not commercialization, right? It's just downloading for free. Be fine. Be a good time. Okay, let's see here. You better safe than sorry. Believe in yourself, man. I know, I need to believe in myself. I do. It is going to stand out. I will say that. I really hope it's going to stand out with the art style, the music, hopefully how polished it is. We'll see. We will see what actually happens. Guys, we need 8 more followers to hear it again. Oh, that's true. That's true. Just 8 more followers. Even though on the overlay in Twitch, it does say, and on YouTube, it does say 72 out of 75. I need to update that, because that one doesn't update automatically like my actual Twitch goal does. But yeah, if we can get 8 more followers, that'd be fantastic. And we can hear the sound again. Can you bet channel points on you winning? I mean, I guess maybe? I wonder, can I like award channel points? Let's see, what do we got here? Follow, whisper, invite, gift a sub, block, ban, timeout, warn, mod. Okay, so I don't think I can award points. That's kind of sad. I was gonna say, that would be kind of fun if it's just like, hey, what's your bet? Like, if you want to bet 500 channel points, and if we do win, then you get 1,000 back or something like that. But yeah. Become a mod. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm so sorry. I went to mute myself and then I accidentally hit the back key on the music. Yeah, there we go. If you gamble and if you lose, if you win, you get mod status. If you lose, you get permaban. There you go. There's the bet for you. You can't gift points. Yeah, I know. It's sad. It is sad. Back from smoothie making, turned out great. I leave in 20 minutes. It was strawberry bananas and milk with some vanilla drops, then strained and put in a water bottle. That sounds absolutely fantastic. If you could make me one as well, that'd be great. I will be awaiting my smoothie anytime now. You can do a bet and we can win points that way. I would just need to figure out what kind of points. I need to figure out what kind of points people would get. Because I can't give like the channel points. I don't know. Wait. What points are you meaning? You can do a bet and we can win points that way. Yeah, what points? I wish I could. There was extra. Oh, well. There's extra? Come on. What? Are you just gonna assume because you live who knows where and I live who knows where that you can't just give me a smoothie? I see how it is. I guess I'll just keep drinking my raspberry stuff. You can start a gamble where we can spend our channel points on it. Well, that's true. I can do the gamble, but I don't know how to get you more points if you actually win. That's the problem. I don't know what I can get you. Aside from things like making you a mod or stuff like that. But as far as prizes go, I don't know how to really... I don't know how to really award that, unfortunately. Oh no, not the raspberry. I know, it's all that I got. It's all that I got. It's the raspberry. It's really not that bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. All right. So, back to Tomb of Versilius. Let's get into it. Let's do this thing. We got this. You and the other person's points. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how to, I can't award points, and I don't think that I can set up any kind of thing to have like a pool of points that other people get. I don't think I can do it. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything I can do like that. So if I choose one side, they choose the other, and I win, I get all the points they get. Okay, I know, I understand the concept of gambling. That is not lost on me. I don't know how you would get the points, though. So really, you're just spending points to win. So unless that's enough for people, then I could set up some kind of bet and just be like, whoever gets it gets bragging rights or something. I don't know. I don't know. How about this? How about this? All right, how about this? I will set up a channel point. I'll set up a channel point thing, right? So you can gamble. What are we thinking? 500 points? Like, I don't want it to be anything too crazy. I also don't know if there's going to be like an actual ranking, right? Because like, I think if we come over here to community, oh, this is just things that people have posted. So I can't actually see how many people have actually submitted their games. I don't think there's any kind of ranking system, unfortunately, aside from just first and second place. And then best RPG Maker Unite game, but that's stupid. Nope. The 5 people that are actually going to use RPG Maker Unite, they can argue over that. Aside from just being first and second place, I don't think there's actually any like, oh, this person got a 96% or something like that. So I don't know how we would actually do this unless it was literally, do you think we're going to win? First place, second place, or no place? That kind of thing. So yeah. So we could just say, hey, if you want to put down a gamble for, do you think we're going to win first place, second place, or not at all? And then we could say, whoever wins that gamble, I could put your name like right here for a week. Whoever, oh my gosh, whoever correctly guessed, your name would go right here for a week. Maybe. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Let me know what everybody thinks. And if everyone's like, sure, we'll take that bet, then let me know how many channel points you feel like would be fair for that. But yeah, so if anyone wants to make a prediction, though, you can make a prediction. Like, we don't have to do the gambling thing. But if everyone wants to do the gamblings, then there we go. Prediction started. Oh. Is that... What? Earn channel points if you get the correct prediction. What? How did I not know about this? Will Moon Man get a prize? What? Cleric like a cat, you are a genius. I had no idea that was even a thing. Well, there we go. All right, well, if anyone wants to put their predictions in, will Moon Man get a prize? First place, second place, or not at all? You need to choose the outcome in 24 hours, though. Wait. Oh, so I need to say... So within 24 hours... But I'm not going to know within 24 hours. All right, wait. Everybody stop gambling points. Oh, no. Prediction choosing ended. Who watches Twitch more than you? That's true. That is true. You are my wife and you do watch it more than me. I'm the only one that voted. Hold up now. Predict. Submission closing in 30 seconds. Streamers can't cast a prediction on their own channel. Foiled. All right. Okay, so... Wait, Cool Man Chill, you voted? Predicted not at all? What? You predicted not at all? How could you? Or maybe... Let's see, I'm so glad I only gambled 10 points so I don't lose 1k. Fair. Or maybe not, I just can't see it anymore. I need to save this. Sorry. Oh my goodness! Zarla! You have redeemed 10,000 mana to have your name in the credits. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we're gonna come over here. And we're gonna say channel point credit names. Here we go. You ready for this, Lazarla? You are going to be the first person in the channel points credits name. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's crazy. 10,000. Oof. Not bad, not bad. So Moon Man, you can now choose the outcome. Okay, so I choose the outcome. I don't know where to choose the outcome. I don't know how to Twitch. I don't know how to do this thing. I don't know how. Jerry says, Morningwood. What's up, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. You're doing a game jam. I was doing a game jam. Wait a minute. Okay, good. I did switch it back. Yes, I was doing a game jam. We have switched back to our Tomb of Versilius project. Yeah, spent a couple weeks doing the game jam. And yeah, we got basically the entire thing done. I just need to work on some bugs, just kind of like tighten some things up a little bit, and then we'll be submitting it hopefully this week. So, or next week. So I'm going to upload a test version for anyone who's interested to be able to test play, and then I'll be submitting it. So yeah, but it was a good time. It was a lot of fun. I had fun. Did everyone else have fun? Have fun? Did everyone else have fun with all of us working together on this game jam stuff? Like a cat says, or I can for you. If you could, that'd be fantastic, because I have absolutely no idea how to do that. Prediction ended. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know where I don't even know where to see this whole prediction thing. So, oh, there we go. 2K go to Pharaoh Inkling. Fantastic. I just lost 1K. Wait, did you lose 1K? No, because it says 2K go to Pharaoh Inkling. Nobody voted for first. Somebody voted for first. Yeah, here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing whoop, where'd it go? Oh no. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm seeing 1,000 for first, 10 for second, and then 1,000 for not at all. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. That's right. Pharaoh Inkling. And the rich get richer. I'm sorry, Cool Man Chill. I don't know why I got your name confused with Pharaoh Inkling. But it's true. The rich get richer. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. First place, not at all in second place. Man. All right. Well then. Don't worry, Cool Man Chill. We'll figure out some way to get your points back. But that's good to know that we can do these predictions. So, okay. Click like a cat. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I do not know anything about these things, because I am just a lowly fool. So you're able to set these up, and the predictions have to go in pretty quickly. But then you have to actually close the prediction in 24 hours. Is that right? Someone call Robin Hood on this bitch. I know, right? Pharaoh Inkling in here, coming in hot with the first place prediction. You can set the time for the predictions. Okay. I guess I assumed that was okay. Here we go. Actually, let's do this prediction. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. So if I do chat. Okay. I see it now. Pharaoh Inkling voted for 1,000 mana. Autumn __ voted for 10. And Cool Man Chill voted for 16. Okay. All right. That makes so much more sense. Cool. All right. Well then, I am going to do a little bit more research into these. Wait, if I just do start prediction, will Moonman get a prize? Okay, all right. Name the prediction. Outcome, yes, no, yada, yada, yada. Submission. Okay, up to 30 minutes. Okay. All right. But the outcomes has to be chosen within 24 hours. That is fair enough. You can set the time for that. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I feel like there's some nefarious people here in chat that will, I don't know how we're gonna get your points back. Cool, man, chill. I'm sorry. I really could have used that 1K. Well, you were very happy about only betting the 10, so. Oh well, you're gonna get there. You're gonna get there one day. Cool, man, chill. We will figure out something. I could have used that 1K. I know. I guess that's the joy of experimental stuff, right? We'll get it figured out better. I didn't even know these things existed until now. So this was a absolutely fantastic way to experiment and figure out how this is gonna work. So I think what we can do is when we're getting down to the wire for the submissions due, well, but that's just when it's closed. Because on April 20th, that is when the actual submission closes, and then after that they do all the judging. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure out whenever the judging is going to be happening. We'll just make sure to be able to do something to where we will do the actual prediction at no more than 24 hours before the winners would be announced. That way everyone can make their predictions, and yeah, should be a good time. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Anyway, yes. I can get Cool Man Chill's points back with another prediction. That's true. But again, I feel like we've got some nefarious people in chat that we're going to be like, all right, here's another prediction. Cool Man Chill, put your points in here. Other people are going to put their points in there, and they're going to double or nothing. I don't know. If people do it, it's fine. It's fine. We could rig a prediction for you, and you can give the points back. That's true. I mean, if everyone agrees to do that, we could do something like that. So, if everyone agrees, solemnly swear that you are all up to good. None of this no good stuff. Hey, can I also get in on that, Cool Man? You can get 10 points back, Autumn __. You can get 10 points. Split it 50-50. As someone with 82 mana at the moment, I can't join in if I wanted to. That's fair. But you did just redeem the greatest prize of all, so yeah. Also, if anyone ever feels like that's too many points or something like that, let me know and we will figure out something. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm just saying I don't actually care if it just slows me down a bit, but other than that, you can keep it. I'm pretty sure I still have enough time. That's true. You will have enough. You will definitely have enough time. If anyone is worried about not having enough time to be able to get their name in the credits for Tomb of Versilius, I promise you will have enough time. So, yeah. Cool. Let's see here. Jerry. Yeah. So how you doing? I'm doing fantastic. I think I already told you that I'm doing great. And then I hope you're doing well as well. Doth thou remember with me? You called me Morningwood Games, and you're coming in here asking me if I remember it. Of course I do. I have been going on continuing to claim that that is one of the legitimate potential community nicknames that we have for everyone, is the Woodies and then the Mooners. So anyway, yeah. It's good times. Actually says, hey Moon Man, I figured out how my last song came into being. Oh, really? It's exactly how I thought. I got drunk at like 2 a.m. and got entirely too creative with making the song and thumbnail. Well, I would say Drunk Axel is pretty fantastic at making music because I absolutely love that song. It was fantastic. Icarus says, ooh, I want to be a Woody Mooner. Those aren't actually going to be the nicknames. At least they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. Let's see. Jerry says, LOL, I just wanted to ask if you need help with the JavaScript. I saw one of your shorts. Yes. So as far as the JavaScript goes, I think we should be fine. I think we've been able to work through basically everything we've needed to so far, but all of your help in the past has been absolutely fantastic. I'm actually still using, if I come over here and I pull this project up actually, So I'm sure you remember this. Let me actually fix this really quick. Switch from Lemonade on Main Street to Tomb of Versilius. I'm sure that you remember all the save games and stuff like that. So yeah, so still using all of that, and I'm trying to remember if we got the deletion of save files working the last time you were here. But yeah, so you can now save your game, delete your game, continue your game, and it all works basically flawlessly. So that was actually absolutely a huge lifesaver. Jesse, hello, welcome, glad you're here, welcome back. I like how when it's a double word, I always repeat and then respond with a double word. Like you say hello, and I say welcome. It is what it is. Jerry Friends, don't let friends JavaScript. Exactly. Friends do not let friends JavaScript. Unless you absolutely have to. Drunk Axel is just as bad at naming shit as I am, though. I'd say you're pretty good at naming stuff. It's, I'd say you're pretty good. I would say. I like it anyway. I like the way you name things. Dude who doesn't want to be a Woody Mooner. Exactly. It's the best of the best. It's a good time over here. An absolutely fantastic time over here. Hey, all right, so we got it all sorted out. Cool, man, chill. Thank you, Pharaoh Inkling. Thank you, Clerk Like a Cat. I appreciate everyone's help over here. It's been a learning experience for us all. Been absolutely fantastic. I'm not gonna say it, Jesse. I'm not gonna say it. Absolutely not. You're right, but you forget. Misery loves company. That should be the if JavaScript could wear a shirt, it would wear a shirt saying "Misery loves me." Never mind. Forget I said that. That didn't make any sense at all. It made more sense in my head. JavaScript is the misery, so JavaScript loves company. That's what I meant to say. In my head, it made more sense. JavaScript loves company. Moving on. Okay, so Tomb of Versilius. We're getting back into it. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So it seems like we've got a handful of people here now. So let's kind of chat about a bit of where we're going to be going with the project. So now that I finally have remembered where we were and where we were going, we were redoing the combat area, right? So before all the combat, it was just not working quite right for the potential of mini bosses. It also wouldn't have allowed for deck building of any kind. And so yeah, so we needed to rebuild it from the ground up. This is kind of what we've landed on. We'll see what happens. I am about it. I don't know what it is. Like, I know that when I zoom in here, right? So if we take the width of this card, right? It's 84 pixels wide. And if we take the width of the deck, it is 84 pixels wide. But for some reason, the deck looks thinner than the cards. I don't know why. Because they're literally both 84 pixels. I don't know why it seems thinner, but it does. Anyway, so I think we should be good with this layout. It's serviceable. It's gonna work. It should be fine. It's all gonna be all right. So anyway, so we need to finish redoing the combat system. I know that we had made some progress, right? So if we come in here and we do continue game, save file 1, we go find a monster. If I can find a monster, there we go. So it draws my cards, and then, oh, that's right. Okay, I think we have finally now discovered where we left off. We left off where you can draw your cards, but it wasn't drawing the cards for the monsters. It was still giving the monsters their armor class, but we weren't actually drawing the cards for the monsters. And that's kind of going to be, that's like the approach that I'm kind of going with, is you build your deck, right? Because I know that we talked about this in the past, is you build your deck, right? And so if you wanted to put nothing but kings, queens, and aces in there to make things really easy to get blackjacks, go for it. But the monster is also drawing from your deck. So if you make it too easy for yourself, you're also making it easy for the monsters. So that's kind of the way we're going to balance that. So it's like, yes, you're building your deck, it's going to be fantastic, but keep in mind, you draw your 2 cards, the monster draws their 2 cards. So you'd have to keep that in mind. Yes, so we still need to make it so that when the monster draws, so when you start the battle, you draw, the monster draws. Sets everything, good to go, fantastic. So we do need to do that. We need to finish fixing back the combat system, which is what we had. And then we can get started again, back onto the path for actually getting through more of this game. So yeah, should be a grand old time. Jerry says the award ceremonies are called the Woodies, and you get a statue of Woody Harrelson. All right, actually, if that's the case, maybe we will go by the Woodies. If we all get trophies of Woody Harrelson for the nominees, I think it'd be a good time. Don't stack them straight vertically, do a slight diagonal. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna have to change this up a little bit visually, because yeah, I don't know, now that I'm looking at it again, especially because like we can now say that we stepped away for a few weeks, we've come back, and I remember really, really liking Devious Oatmeal's design. Maybe I need to go back more to Devious Oatmeal's design, because I feel like Devious Oatmeal's designs were pretty good. So yeah, we may need to redo that more like Devious Oatmeal's. Anyway, but that is not the only thing we're going to be updating / changing. I've also had some time to think about the story for Tomb of Versilius. So, y'all ready for this? Hopefully, it will be cohesive and make a little bit more sense. Jerry says, walks into a room and sees a monster. The player's hand shakes as they hold out their deck. Player, pick 2 cards. Basically, do you want to play a game? Is kind of the vibes I'm getting. Oh, man. What do we got here? What do we got here? I have missed so many over on Twitch. Jesse is always quick. Jesse Quick, we need nicknames. Java equals love. JavaScript equals a duck with a knife. That's a big floor one. It is. Because the inlay design on the cards, being spread out. That's true. Yeah. If, yeah, because if we come over here and we hide all the rest of the player's cards and we just have the one card, and then over here, same with the enemy cards. It's true. It just, I don't know. Visually, it just doesn't make as much. It messes with my eye for some reason. But yeah, good times. I don't have enough wood to build a deck. You'll get more. Don't you worry. Stay here long enough and you'll get more wood and you'll be able to build as large of a deck as you would like. There we go. Instead of channel points, we're just going to start handing out lumber. And then we can all build decks together. I make my deck out of dirt. Good way to go. A little cheaper. I use lemons. Sounds like a pretty sour deck. And Loki says, I challenge you to a children's card game. Hi, boy. I don't know, would Blackjack be considered a children's game? That's getting into semantics. Okay, so, like I was saying, I've had a little bit of time to think about the story of Tomb of Versilius. And hopefully, again, there's a good chance that when I read this back, it's not going to sound cohesive at all. But I tried to write it all down so I could actually remember it. So, let's see here. Scrolling down. Here we go. All right. Gonna turn that down just a little bit. Okay, so here is the general idea for the new story for Tomb of Versilius. Actually, let me do this really quick. Pull this up. I just need to make this just a little bit bigger to make it easier for me to read. Now I'm not trying to take a note. I'm trying to find my notes. Tomb of Versilius. There we go. Okay, so here's the newer idea. So, Versilius, he learned how to harvest the power of the elements and imbue runes with their power. The runes being the cards, right? So seeing its potential for the power, the king orders a school of magic be built so Versilius can work on his magic and teach others how to use it. However, Versilius becomes unsatisfied with working on just elements, so fire, water, earth, and air, and begins secretly working on a dark magic, Necro, the purple, After discovering what Versilius was working on, the king orders the School of Magic to be seized and Versilius to be killed. So to protect himself from his research, Versilius casts a spell on the school, and he turns it into an ever-changing labyrinth of corridors to make it impossible for anyone to get to him. Versilius also utilizes his dark magic research to raise his test subjects from the dead to protect his school, thus the monsters. Years pass, and the consensus is that the curse on the school has turned Versilius's shield against him, sealing him into his own self-made tomb. So adventurers now enter the tomb in search of wealth and notoriety. Many have entered the tomb, and very few have returned. But those that have emerged with vast riches sparks many who hear of the tomb. It fills them with a desire to enter and become wealthy themselves. So recently, inhabitants of a nearby town have gone missing. Screams can be heard in the night, but with no trace of the victim. Because of this, new fears that Versilius is still alive and still researching his dark magic fills the town's inhabitants with dread. Yeah. So that is the new premise for the story. Thoughts? What are we thinking? Jesse, time to game dev myself. Good luck. Hope it goes well for you. Let's see here. Instead of mana, it's wood. I just like dual monsters. The color palette makes me think the gays are saying Mayday. The would-be flag is upside down. Fair. Bro, just let this man research new magic. Story sounds great. All right, there we go. All right. I know, right? They just need to let him do his own research. Who cares if it's in dark magic? But yeah, so that is the general idea for the story, the premise of it now. They should just let this man do his thing. I know. Axel says, I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat all of that? Absolutely. Here we go, Axel. It's a good idea, not gonna lie. Thank you. I appreciate that. As everyone knows, or at least who has been here for like at least a month, you will know that the story has changed a few times. So I'm hoping this will be the one that we land on. You know, originally it was basically just a trope, the original idea, which was Versilius is a big bad, he kidnapped the princess, you're going in there to save her. And then it has kind of like shifted and changed a few times since then, so I'm hoping this will be the one that we land on. I feel like it should give the most opportunity for branching off and having a narrative, but we'll see. Just says, everyone knows grape is the most evil flavor of magic. It's true. It is absolutely horribly evil, and no one should ever use it. Unless you're evil. Then people know that you're evil. But that's okay, because you have evil magic. So it all works out in the end. Dark magic is just new magic people can't handle. That's true. The older generation will not understand the kids these days. It's not evil magic, it's just unknown magic. That's all. That is all. So then on top of that, the thing that I figure we may do, because like we talked about, I'm thinking we're gonna have the town. So you can go to the town. This is where you can get quests, you can upgrade things, research things. This is where you kind of get the whole story, right? And then you go into the tomb to be able to go through and you know, kill monsters, do the quests, collect dice, all that fun stuff. Excuse me. But I want to give people the choice for why they are playing the game. I don't want the game to tell you why you're playing the game. I want you to have your options of why you're playing. So here's the options I have. If anyone has any others that feel like it could be good to add, let me know. But basically when you get to the town, you'll be asked, what brings you here? Why are you here? And your options so far, what I've got are, you're here to rescue a sibling. So a sibling of yours or someone, a friend, a sibling, something like that, has gone into the tomb and they haven't come back. So you are going to go in there and get them. Option number 2 is you are also just a treasure hunter. You are there solely to just get rich. That's all you care about. That's what you want. That's what you're there to get. Option number 3 is you have heard about Versilius. You believe him to still be there and existing, and you will not rest until you have destroyed the evil that is Versilius, and so you are here to navigate the tomb, find Versilius, and kill him. And then the last option is just, hey, I am here to do good and I'm here to save this town from the evil that is here and I will protect the town. So yeah, so those are the current options right now. I will probably be thinking of more to add. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of like when you start the game, you kind of are like, you're like, this is why I'm here. This is what I'm going to be doing. And it would slightly tailor the story and your interactions with people in the town to what you're there to work on. So yeah, maybe gives a little bit of some branching scenarios. So maybe you have to play through the game a couple times to get the full story. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Cool Man Chill says, a choice is you want to learn magic from the best. Ooh. All right. That's actually, I like that idea. Let's get in there and let's add that. Want to learn magic from Versilius, aka the best. I like that. All right, that is on the notes. Very nice. I like it. Let's see here. When are we getting the lemonade update in Tomb of Versilius? Maybe I'll have to add some Easter eggs somewhere. Oh, here we go. You're traveling through the tomb and just, you have a very, very low chance of coming across a poor, helpless, famished-looking duck. And as you approach him, he just looks up to you and is just like, got any grapes? And then dies. We can do that. Little Susie is the final boss here. Here too. Made this game a part of the Moonwood cinematic universe. Yeah, there we go. You get to the end, and really, Versilius is not the big bad. It was the Girl Scouts this whole time, trying to get revenge on you, a lowly lemonade stand operator. Other lore idea, you play a half-vampiric vampire hunter that is hunting Versilius to free themselves from the curse. It's okay, but not as good as the my other lore story that was skipped. Wait, which one was skipped? Wait, are you saying that there was one that I skipped from yours? I don't see it. I love the idea of the dungeon full of danger and potential loot there because legends say it's dangerous and dangerous equals money. Exactly. That's a wonderful idea. It's pretty great. I like it. It's like in D&D, you can have a background archetype, folk hero, treasure hunter, vampire hunter, and other stuff. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And so you'll kind of, depending on what you choose is how people will respond to you. So if you're like, I'm here to save the town, then it would make it so that people are a lot more open to hearing what you have to say. Maybe if you're like, hey, I'm here to rescue my sibling, you might have some people that are more sympathetic and they'll be like, oh, like, here's some pointers, here's some tips. And then you might have other people that are just like, they're dead. Like, don't even try. They're dead. Versus, hey, I'm here to kill Versilius. And maybe they'd just be like, yeah, right. And then you'll have other people that'll be like, yes, please, thank you. Kill him for us. So yeah. You don't see the Verizon plus Cialis one I did earlier. Wait, what? I do not. I do not see that at all. Did you put Verizon in the thing? Because I only see Verizon popping up once when I search in chat. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm here to save the down, voice drops to a whisper from the lack of monsters. See? All sorts of fantastic, great ideas, I hope. We'll see. We will see. Hear me out. You add a grape item. If you have it, you can heal him. Nice idea. I do like that. Versilius was actually the guy who hit the guy with a car and then bought lemonade. It's all coming full circle. Versilius has been the big bad ever since the very beginning. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. So that covers that. Yeah, we will see. We will see. And he wants to learn the lemonade magic. Exactly. Look, says the player character is the kid who got isekai'd from the lemonade game. Just making some lemonade. Everything's fine. Storm is kind of picking up. You're just like, I better pack it up here, and then just all of a sudden, poof, taken off and cast into this ever-changing tomb filled with magic. But then your special power is that you can make lemonade like a god. And lemonade in this world is magical. This story is just writing itself. I like it. Just says that is canon. Now Versilius did the hit and run for lemonade. Axel says Versilius made the pills from your first game and started the Girl Scouts. I'm telling you, he's been the big bad this whole time. You are the monster of all 4 flavors. All right, we've got too many good ideas going around here. We're gonna get started on this again. Excuse me. And we're gonna get through this. It's gonna be great. We're gonna make some progress. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be so much fun. Here we go. Okay, so we got the enemy card area, the player card area. I don't know if in here, I don't think I do. Let me pull this up really quick over here. I'm gonna pull this over here. Just need to search here really quick. We've got the icons. We've got the logos. Tomb of Versilius 2, is this the one? I don't remember. Is this the one that I made? Yes. But this was before we decided that we were going to make it so that it was different, right? That was before when we were going to have 2 separate decks that the player and the enemy were drawing from. And then after a while I was like, wait, what if we just make it so that it's a single deck that you're drawing from so you can't try and cheese the system? That's right. Okay, so here's the real question though. Do we feel like... All right, this is an honest question, everyone. I need some honest answers, okay? I know you can do it. I know you can give some honest answers. How does everyone feel about have the monster draw from the same deck you are drawing from? Keep in mind, we are potentially going to do deck builder-ish mechanics. So you are collecting cards as you're going through the dungeon. You know, you're collecting 2s and 3s and 10s and kings and aces, and you get to build out your deck that you draw from however you would like. Would it be annoying or frustrating, or would it feel fine knowing that the monster is drawing from your deck as well? Because the only reason why I figured, oh, the monsters can draw from your deck as well, was to basically work as that counterbalance of, yeah, you can stack your deck in your favor, you can just fill it with a bunch of 10s so you always get 20, but that also means that the monster will also always get 20. So, yeah. Versilius turns out to be Chuck Norris, and the player discovers they can never win the game, and the game ends. That's true. I'm torn on the idea. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. And that's kind of where I'm at too. I am also torn. Jerry says big cards can work against you if it's the only one in the deck and they draw it. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like, yeah, so it's like you could fill it with a bunch of 10s, so you always draw 20, but that also means they're always drawing 20. So kind of, it's supposed to work against you to deter you from putting a bunch of aces and kings in your deck. But I also don't want people to feel like it doesn't matter how I build out my deck. If I build it out really well, the monster also just has a really nice deck. And so I don't want it to feel like that. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want it to feel like the monster... I don't want you to feel like any progress you make on your deck is progress the monster is making on their deck as well. So, but yeah, that's where I'm torn, is because I'm like, I like the idea, but I also don't like the idea. So I don't know. Autumn__ says I like it. Okay, there we go. So we've got a yes, no. We've got a yes. Let's see here. I would give the monsters their own decks personally. That's fair. You need something to balance it. Something to balance out how you build the decks. Is that what you mean, Jerry? I get it. The monsters can only access half the deck. The other half is random. we could do that. And that's where I'm kind of like on the fence, right? And I'm kind of going back and forth. Why would I close that? I'm so smart. I'm so smart. See, that's where, so if we pull this back up and come over to, nope, that's my devlog 5 thumbnail. If we come over to, where the crap did it go? There we go, Tomb of Versilius 2. So yeah, so when we had it like this, you could build out your deck. So you're building out your cards on this side, you're drawing from your deck. Then the monster has built out, well, not necessarily built out, but they would just have a random deck over here as well. Because when you're drawing, like, you're still drawing randomly from your deck. It's just the deck that you have built out. So yeah, I don't know where the balance would come into play, right? Because if you're drawing from if you're drawing from separate decks, I don't know how I would balance it, because you could literally just be like, you stack your deck, fill it with a bunch of 10s, so you always get 20. That way, very, very rarely would the monster ever beat you, because they would have to draw a 21 to actually win. I don't know. Icarus says, the whole combat system is based on Blackjack, right? Yes. Yeah, it's based on Blackjack. And originally, I was just going to have it be, it just drew cards randomly. I mean, that's how it is right now. Like, if we come in here and we play the game, continue game, save file 1. If we just come in here and play the game, it just draws from the deck. So I've got an 8 and a 2. Let's draw again. And now I've got a 5. So now I've drawn 15. They drew 14. And so I can then attack. And there we go. And then they died. So yeah, so it is based on Blackjack. But then one of the twists is that you can build out your deck. So as you're going through, you would have, like, you'd have your starting deck of cards, right? So you'd have 4 of each. Then as you play and progress through the game, you can find new cards, purchase new cards, all of that fun stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, unless we just feel like maybe the deck building aspect just isn't even worth putting in the game and just keep it as it is, it's just a deck of cards, you're drawing from the deck of cards, and that's all it is. We'll ignore the deck building. Maybe in Tomb of Versilius 2, we'll do some deck building. We could also go that route as well. Just be like, you know what? No more deck building, just draw the cards, call it good. We could go that way as well. Could do that. Look, says, my grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards. Kaiba. Loki, I said serious answers. Oh, you're gonna kill me, Loki. You're gonna kill me. Cool Man Chill says, I'm indifferent about it because it stops you from just getting an overpowered deck, but at the same time, it might be a bit annoying. Exactly, yeah. And that's where I feel like I don't want it to feel like let's say, for example, if you were to just take any other RPG, right? If you're unlocking skills, collecting weapons, equipping equipment and stuff, all that fun stuff, it would be really annoying if you were to then go fight a monster, just any other monster, right? If it was like an actual mini boss, then maybe that's the way we go. Maybe we say just the random monsters that you find in the tomb draw from their own deck. But the mini bosses, they draw from your deck. Maybe. We could do that, maybe. We could do that. Cool Man Chill says, he's easy because he does what I do, but he's difficult because he does what I do. Exactly. Exactly. And then at that point, if you're just going to balance it out and be like, I'm just going to put 4 of each card in the deck, then it's like, then why would we even bother building out the deck building aspect anyway? So, eh. Jerry says, each monster has cards assigned to them based on whatever. When the battle starts, their cards get added to your deck. Could do something like that, balance it out a little bit like that. That injects their cards, and you both draw from it. You can give weak monsters weak and fewer cards, while stronger monsters have strong cards, but some monster cards explode if the player draws it. That sounds like a lot of work. I could do it. That's a lot of work. I think deck building as a stretch feature is fine, but also I think you can balance it without having to have the monsters use your deck. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering if that might be the way to go. Is yeah, it's like you get to build out your decks, And for the other monsters, it'd be fine. But then for the mini bosses, they are drawing. Yeah, maybe. Axel says, my pathetic grandpa's deck has no cards, Kaiba. But it does contain a gun. Jesse says, also gonna have some monsters that overdrawing is bad. Fair, yeah. And Jerry says, at Jesse, I think he's trying to consolidate programming out the deck coding stuff. Well, so here's the thing. The deck coding stuff would be pretty easy to do. Like, literally all I would have to do is just set up 13 variables, and just as I have more cards, I add to those variables, and as I take away cards, I take away from those variables. So the actual deck building itself really wouldn't be too difficult. I'm just wondering if it's worth the time to do the deck building. I like the idea of it. I just don't know if it's something we need in this game. You know? Maybe, like, should it just be you've got your deck of cards, you're drawing from the deck of cards, that's what you've got. You can still level up the spells, you can still level up the spells that are linked to those cards, right? So you have your elements, right? So you've got your Geo and your Pyro, they're linked to these. So you're still building out your spells. That wouldn't be going away. We would still be doing that. So you are still fighting the monsters with your spells, but it's just linked to a standard deck of cards. I think we might go back to that idea, actually. We might actually go back to that. So basically, yeah. So no deck building, no anything like that. We would just go back to that, call it good, and then maybe if down the line it seems like a better idea, or maybe in Tomb of Versilius 2, then we'll look into more of like the deck building options. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's the plan. And Loki says Exodia is very serious. I believe it. I believe it. I'm sorry. I should not say that it's not serious. It very much so is. And Fairything says, you could also have enemies affect your deck in special ways, like certain enemies force you to draw twice each time you draw. One card is drawn face time, I'm assuming face down. Each card drawn decreases player damage. Okay, yeah, face down. You corrected yourself. Yeah, sorry. I should have just kept reading so that I could actually see that. And then Icarus seems to agree with that as well. And Divizomi says, hey yo, Divizomi, welcome, glad you're here. We are just chatting about how we're going to eventually do the card mechanics in Tomb of Versilius. Also, I apologize, I am dying this blasted cough. Yeah, I was sick yesterday, felt better today, but that cough, that residual cough is the worst thing about being sick. Absolutely terrible. Okay. Jesse says, my gut instinct is to shelve deck building for now. I kind of am thinking the same thing. I think for this game, we scrap the deck building. We just go with a standard deck of cards. Nothing fancy. And yeah, I think that might be what we do. Scrap it, and then we can make progress faster. Hopefully we'll make faster progress, and it'll all be good. Fingers crossed. We'll see. We will see. Anyway, Oatmeal, how's your day going? My internet borked right after I said heyo. Must have been too many O's. That's true. Probably too many O's. You gotta watch those O's. Really only need one to say heyo. Really, you said hey you. But that's fine. That's all right. Loki says, I put a video in the Discord of a chaotic card game called Singularity that combines multiple card games together. I'm gonna have to look that up. Was it just in like the general chat of Discord? I think I've heard of it. Off topic. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Oh my gosh. All right, oh wait, I need to close Tomb of Versilius. Just the thumbnail itself. We combined every card game into one, and it actually worked. Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Uno, Yu-Gi-Oh, and face cards. No. That just sounds insane. That sounds crazy. Poker elements. I assumed poker. I guess it could have been any kind of card game. Poker, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, which I guess is technically just poker, but different version. That does sound kind of cool, though. It's impressive that it worked. It's like the freaking people that are making, what was it, 5D chess? Absolute madness. I don't even want to think about how to program something like that. All right. So, if that's the case, give it a watch later. I definitely will. I do want to see how that functions. I'll probably watch it tomorrow, or maybe right after the stream. We'll see. We'll see. Chess 5Ds, chess on motorbikes. Wait, wasn't it 5D chess? Or was it 4D chess? Was it 4D chess? Maybe it was 4D chess, not 5D chess. Oh yeah, because the fourth dimension was time. That's right. That's right. Devious Oatmeal says, I'm well, just got home from work. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. 5D chess with time travel. It's on Steam. That's right. That's right. Okay, so it is 5D chess. Yes. I knew I wasn't crazy. I mean, I'm crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy in this regard. And Axel says 5D chess with multiverse time travel. That's the one. That's the one. I couldn't think of the full name, but yes, that's why I was just calling it 5D chess. But yes, absolutely crazy stuff. Yeah, trying to program something like that just blows my mind. Okay, so let's see where we're going here with this thing. So if we're just going with a single deck, I don't know if we need to actually show the cards then. So let me do this really quick. We'll just do this. This will make it simple. Just because I don't want to, I don't want to be showing off all the private messages that Oatmeal and I are sharing back and forth. Let's see here. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. All right, save that one. Close that. Go back over here. Okay, now we close this. Back to it. All right, so let's come back over here. And Loki says, hey, Yusa? Yes, Jack? Checkmate. Devious Oatmeal says, don't post the pics of my nudes. My ramen is scared. Don't worry, I will not expose any of those noodles that we've shared back and forth. Your noodles are safe with me. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get this pulled up. Excuse me. And so here's what our good old Devious whipped up for me that one time. Still need to eventually update the dice as well, because these dice just look so much better than the ones that I made. So much better. Autumn__ says, gasp, scandalous. I know, extremely scandalous. But what Devious Oatmeal and I talk about in our own time, in our own private DMs, well, they were no one else's business until I started talking about them publicly, so, sorry, Big D. But nothing has been exposed. Exposed, that's the word. I was gonna say deposed. That is not the right word. That is not the right word. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff here that I absolutely love. I'm almost wondering, do we... That's horrible without context. It's clipping time. No, don't do it, Axel. That is very bad without context. But I guess that is the perfect time to clip. Who needs context when it can just be hilarious? Okay, so here's what I really like about this. I really like this thing right here to show how much of each element you're going to be doing. I like these here to show how much you've drawn versus what the enemy has drawn. I like that the cards are more closely stacked to each other. So we wouldn't need this, because we wouldn't need to be showing how much each deck has. We wouldn't need... Yes, we don't need the decks. We don't need this. So really we just need the cards, how much you're doing, how much you've drawn. I think that's about it that we will need now. So, if that's the case... Let's put that into progress, because we are working on that. So this is what we've got, hey? This is what we've got. Did I need to redo these cards again? Images, pictures, old cards. I really liked these old cards. I want to see if we can somehow get these to still work, because I really did like these cards. Do we go back to buttons, maybe? Let's see, if we come over here, we hide... do we have that anywhere? Center section, intro sequence, loading, overlays. Would it just be in the center section? The new combat area, POV, safe room, card area, sigil, buttons, cards. So let's do this. Let's pull in a blank card. This is how big the card is. Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay. So that's how much room we would need to have two cards stacked on top of each other. For your cards being on the bottom and the monster's cards, the enemy's cards being on top. Okay. We could do something like that. Wow, really making the PC a bottom? I know. There's one thing that I know about the people who are going to be playing this game. Never mind, I'm not going to say it. Yes. Player character is a bottom. There's another out of context clip. Okay. Loki, you're killing me again. So, here we go. Maybe we don't stack them right on top of each other. Let's try this again, because we know that we have enough room to stack two cards on top of each other in this area here, which is good to know. Good to know. So if we pull this up, and if we do something like this, something like a 6 maybe? Yeah, it should be good. We listen and don't judge. Good, I appreciate that. Also, Autumn__ says, that's wild but accurate. That's how it goes here. That's how it goes here in this land of Moonwood games. Axel says, the PC is a bottom. It's canon now that the PC is gay. There we go. There we go. You heard it here first. Okay. So let's sketch this out really quick. So what do we need? We need... I feel like we're slowly but surely just working backwards to where we had been before. Because like in my head, I'm like, all right, so we need 2 buttons, one for draw and one for attack, and then you know, we would put the cards here, yada, yada, yada. And then we're basically just getting back to the old design. Okay, all right. No. Because that would literally just paint us right back into the corner where we had painted ourselves, which was that there's not enough room for buttons and cards, and then the monsters cards. Okay. Well, we could do something kind of like going back to the old design. Not old design, but the design from Devious Oatmeal. Where we would have the decks of cards here, right, on the sides. That would then draw into other cards here. I know I don't need it to be perfect, but that line really killed me. And then the monster would have their deck. And not necessarily that this would actually, you know, define what the monster is actually drawing versus what you're drawing. But just visually, it would look like there's two different decks. Oldie but a goodie. Yeah, that's tried and true and all that fun stuff, right? But the whole point of us redoing the combat system is because it didn't work, so we gotta change it. Oh no, Autumn. __. Oh no. What do we got here? Oh boy. All right, here we go. What do we got here? Let's turn this down. And pause it. Turn this up. Wow, really making the PC a bottom? I know. There's one thing that I know about the people who are going to be playing this game. But I didn't actually say it, and that's what matters. The words never left my lips. So if anyone was thinking it, you thought that of your own volition. All right. So, yes. Okay, so here we go. So you would draw your cards. We could have them very close together, because if we're going to incorporate something like this, where it shows you how much of each card, each element you're doing. Actually says it's implied though. There's not context. That's fair. Out of context. Again, not great. You should put that on YouTube. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm alive. We're good. Everything's fine. Okay. Oh man, this is just gonna absolutely... This is killing me. I'm like seeing ideas in my head for how I want this to look and function. But I can't put pen to paper or cursor to screen and have it actually... So I start drawing it out and I'm like, no, that's not quite right. And Jerry says, Axel, do you see the comment I just made? The lore one. For me, Jerry, I'm not seeing a comment from you since when you said, Jesse, I think he's trying to consolidate programming out the deck coding stuff. What kind of horrendous things are you including in your message that it would be automatically being blocked? There's certain words that YouTube auto-deletes. That's true. I can't remember all of them. I know you can say a lot of things, but they do auto-delete a handful of things. Let's see. I think my writing has some weird letter combinations that is flagging something. Yeah, I could see that. I'm not using any bad words. Yeah, there may be some kind of weird letter combinations that maybe it's not liking. Autumn__ says, be right back. Good luck. Hopefully it all goes well for you, wherever you may be heading off to. Okay. Do we want to have a visual representation of the player's deck? It's not needed. Do we want to have a visual representation of the cards the player has drawn? Yes, that is needed. So basically, over here, cards are needed, deck is not. The count of the deck is not. How much you have drawn versus how much the monster has drawn is needed. Enemy's HP is needed. Enemy's name, it's not needed, but I feel like it would be good to have. Check off topic. Oh boy. Worried for what I'm going to see in there. Try this. Hold up. Wait. So it's showing up. So wait, so YouTube's deleting it, but it's somehow getting through to streamer elements? Huh. Interesting. All right, Jerry. Well, here we go. Lore, a vampire council that subverts humanity through a big pharma. Oh, that could be it. Corp has merged with another branching vampiric council that runs a cell phone company. Verizon plus Cialis equals Tomb of Versilius. Okay. It's all making sense now. I do like that. I don't know how I haven't well, I mean, I know why I'm not. So the chat that's showing up above me, that chat is over here for me. It's off to the side from my screen. But I'm seeing the actual YouTube chats and the actual Twitch chats, which for some reason it's not showing up in the actual YouTube chats, but it is showing up on the Streamer Elements chats, which is the one that's above my head that you all see. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, I like it. Very nice. It's all a reference to this. I figured it would be something like that. All right, so, broken into parts. Do you see either one? Let's see. I see they've merged with another branching vampiric council that runs a cell phone company. I see that part, but not the other part. Well, Loki, thank you for catching that. I appreciate that. I would not have in a million years caught that, so I'm glad that you did. All right, so here's what we got. I almost feel like buttons will feel the best, but we can't have it be centered because as soon as you center it, you're just like taking out so much side space here that I feel like would be good to have. So I kind of want to have it off to the side. Not the big one. You know what? Test. Big Pharma. Test. I see that. I see Big Pharma. And test. Yeah, so all I see is test, Big Pharma, test. And that's it. So if you're typing something else, it may be whatever you're typing that is keeping it from popping up. Maybe. Wow, that's so weird. Could it be subvert? That would be a weird one for them to be blocking. So if we do, would having the cards be horizontal instead help free up a bit of space? Have them be horizontal. Wait, what do you mean? Because I do have them drawing horizontally. So basically you would have the deck of cards here, and when the player draws from it, it would kind of move the card over to here, and they would like start stacking that way. Or is there a different way that you're thinking? Because it's very possible. The other idea I was kind of thinking would be something like, sorry, vertical. Oh, okay, vertical. We could do that as well, and that's kind of how we actually had it working before. So basically the idea was there were buttons down here at the bottom that were like, you know, draw and attack. And then when it would draw the cards would pop up here and like so on and so forth. And they'd kind of be popping up, still moving in like a horizontal direction. But then the thing is that like, then there just wasn't enough space to then have the enemy cards be here. You know? Because the way that all the image layering works in RPG Maker is a little bizarre, and so like having the cards show up above this room, it's possible. It would just be a lot of work. But yeah, so as far as vertical goes, we could do that. The other thing I'm kind of maybe thinking, and kind of maybe even in that, in the, I can't think of the word, in the vein of having them be vertical, we could even do something like this. So you'd have your deck of cards here, maybe like further over. You'd have yours here, monsters have theirs here. So decks of cards, yada, yada, yada. It's not great, but it gets the point across. And then as you draw, no, that wouldn't work at all. Never mind. Oh man, I cannot. Now I'm remembering why I was thinking to myself, maybe we do take a step away and do a game jam for a little bit, because I forgot how stuck I was on this. And apparently still am. Still am very stuck. Jerry says, stack them diagonally. We could do that. No, not vertically. Diagonal. Stair step. So just have the deck of cards here, and then as you draw the cards, they kind of go up and up and up. That'd be a way to do it. So here's the thing. I'm trying to think of how we're going to visually represent the cards, but then also visually represent the like the visual, like the bar fillers to show like, I don't know, how much you've drawn. What if we do something like this? Down here at the bottom, there's a bar. No, because it doesn't need to be whoever is the first to 21. It just needs to be whoever is the highest at the end. I was going to say like, oh, what if we put the bar of 21 being here, and then as you draw, it would fill up this bar, right? It would have this bar, it fills it up, and then as the monster draws, it also has a bar, it starts to fill up. But it's not a matter of who reaches 21 first, so it wouldn't really do any good to have that. I feel like it makes the most sense to have them stacked up next to each other, or like I don't know, one on top of the other or something like that. Maybe. The 7 says, maybe have the deck stack be horizontal, but drawn cards go up vertically and monster mirrored on the other side. So something kind of like, so you'd have the deck here, and then as it draws a card, actually here, this will be a better visual representation. So let's say we've got the stack here, and let's just grab a couple of random cards. So you're kind of thinking something like this, where we would have, just for example, these roughly down over here, and then as you draw the cards, they kind of like pop up like this, and the next one pops up. Whoop. Let's do this actually. Yes, there we go. So it would pop up something like this, and the next one would pop up, you know, kind of like this, so on and so forth. Something kind of like that. Is that kind of what you're thinking, the 7th? Or the 7th? The Steventh? Sorry, I did not mean to call you the 7th. I don't know why I didn't see that T, but I didn't. So, yeah, so something like that. I was thinking the pop-up being on the side. Oh, okay. So something more like... So more like this. So like as you draw... No worries about the name, happens all the time. That's fair, that's fair. Divas almost says, you'd never get to see the image on the card like that unless you put the symbol next to the number. And we could do something like that. But that is true. Yeah, we could just have the symbol go next to it. So we would have like everything, you know, drawn out like these cards are. But then also just have the symbol go there. Maybe? Maybe. Jerry says, no deck is diagonal. You were saying it looked too skinny. Oh, that's true. That's true. I was saying it was a little bit skinny. Hey, Mooney, I want to test another word. You ready? Vampiric. I did see vampiric. So if there's another word, then I don't know what it would be. But yeah, vampiric. I did see that word. Divasema says, can that also go up 11 times though? That is the next big question, which I may just need to slightly readjust the cards a little bit so there's not as much headroom on the cards, you know? So kind of like how when you designed them, so I'm sure you remember, but yeah, so you designed them so they're less rounded and they have more of just like a, sorry about that, like a clean cut on the sides, which I really like that. I'm definitely going to have to readjust these cards to be more like that. But that way I wouldn't have to stack them as high to get the numbers to actually show, because basically I'd be able to reduce this height by a fair amount. You know, so something like, oops. So something like that. Except for not like that. Something like that, right? No, not quite like that. Something more like that is kind of what I was thinking. So yeah, so that way, you know, you'll have like a little bit of gap between there and the top. That way the top card wouldn't have to be quite as high either. Maybe. Because if that's the case, we have... Let's see, so if we were right there, if we were to come up to, I don't know, there, 200 pixels. So if we said 200 divided by 11, so that's about 18 pixels each. 10, 20. So that's about how high we could come up. Hmm. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too, is if we do have, so if we've got this, right? So you're drawing your cards and they're going like that. The enemy is drawing their cards and it's kind of going like this. In the center here, we could put your elements. So kind of like this thing right here, right? Showing how much of each card you've drawn. We could have something like that in the middle here as well. Maybe something like that. Maybe. Jerry says, vampiric. Did you get that word? I did get vampiric, yeah. Lore. I got lore. A vampiric council, got that. That subverts humanity, got that. Through a bi.g ph.arma corp. I got those. But if there's something in between, I didn't get that. Okay. Well, yes, we could do that. So you're not necessarily visually... I do like being able to like visually see all of your cards, though. And that's the thing. But if we make it so that we actually build out the decks, right? Because right now it's literally just picking random numbers. There is no built out deck. But if we build out the deck in such a way that you can only draw 4 of each card. If you're playing with one deck, right? And so if we were to say, you could draw 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 2s. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the most amount of cards you could draw, if you were to get unlucky enough, and you were to get 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, that's 20. And then if you were to draw an ace, that would be 9. So that technically could make it so that the most amount of cards you could ever draw is 9. Because in that case, if you had ace, 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 that's 4. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so the least amount of cards you could potentially draw would be like 9. So we wouldn't need to make headroom for all 11. I still don't know how much we'd actually be able to get there, though. So let's do the same thing. If we said 200 divided by 9, so about 22 pixels. We whoosh here. That does not really give you a whole lot more, does it? Not at all. All right. Well. Jerry says, then I don't know. Also, the periods were to try to split the words into Big Pharma, Verizon, Cialis. I don't know, though. But thanks for helping. That's what I'm here for. It's very weird stuff. I don't know why it wasn't letting it go through. Full restatement test. Lore, a vampiric council that subverts humanity through a bi.g pharmacorp. Test over. All I saw was that first bit. The lore part. It went through now? Maybe. Yeah, I only see up to through a bi.g ph.arma corp. That's all I see. I don't know. Very weird stuff. YouTube chat can be so weird sometimes. Oh my gosh, I did it again. The Steven says you can also shrink the bottom of the first cards, right? That's true. That's true. The bottoms would also be shrunk a little bit too. So it would give us a little bit more room. Yes, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So we could do that. We could have them stack vertically. Let's see what else we got. What other options do we have? I am liking this one. I do feel like this one could be a really good one. Maybe let's figure out the bars and we'll kind of build the cards around that. Maybe. We'll see. So what bars do we need? We would need the monster health. We'd have HP. We also, I think it works best as a bar to have the monster's AC, right? Autumn__ says, just mentally tuning back in. What's the problem? So the problem is just trying to get the UI to look good. Trying to figure all of that out. I don't know. There are so many aspects that I love about this design that Devious Oatmeal did. I don't know if it feels quite right. And I don't want to get hung up on this too long, especially the first stream back to doing Tomb of Versilius. But I want to make sure that it's right. This is going to be what we build out. And if we build out something wrong, then we're basically just going to build ourselves back into a corner where the combat system doesn't work quite right. And so my mind keeps going back and being like, well, do you really need to show the monsters cards on this screen? And it's like, yes, we do, because that was the problem with the mini bosses in the first place, is that I was trying to make mini bosses, but the combat system was just not allowing for you playing Blackjack against a mini boss. So yeah, so the issue is just trying to get the UI to look and feel correct. So yeah, so we need to show the monster's HP. Oh, excuse me. Jerry says, I like the vertical stacking, but maybe make them bounce for the aesthetics. We could do that. Have the cards bounce out as they get drawn. Sometimes it's just making sure higher priority things are easier to see, and the rest is how you present it. They're very true. Make the health bar for the monster a HUD that's above it. I mean, it gives you some extra space to work with. I don't know. I have thought about doing that, putting the health bar up here instead. We could do that. That would get it out of the way a little bit. Yeah. If we put the health bar up here, the other thing I was thinking about, because originally, and even in the designs that I had Devious Oatmeal kind of work up, was, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong with this, Devious Oatmeal, but I believe these were like the damage indicators. So these 2 zeros would indicate how much damage you were going to be doing versus how much the monster was going to be doing. And kind of the general idea is, what I could do is basically say, hey, this is the monster's health, right? So here's the monster health bar. This is what the monster's health is currently at. And then I could say something like, if you're going to be doing damage, I don't know, it could show some kind of indicator of like, well, this is how much damage you are going to do, right? That doesn't work. This is how much damage you are going to do. And it kind of just like chip away at the health, not necessarily getting rid of it, but it will show you how much you could be doing. It's kind of the idea. So that way we wouldn't need any kind of indication for what damage you would be doing, because it would just be showing on the enemy's health bar itself. And then when you finally attack, it would then do that damage to the enemy. And I know that we had kind of tried to do that. I know that it's possible. We'll just need to revisit that. And yeah, so I know it's possible, but that's kind of the thought, is like it would show how much you're going to be doing on the health bar itself. So Diva Summer says, yeah, the 21s are the total. Yeah, so this would be your draw value. Because that's the thing, is you need your draw value, you know, how much you've actually drawn up to, and then you need how much attack you're going to be doing based on the combined magical elements. So yeah, that way we wouldn't have to incorporate that anywhere else. It could just be on the health bar. But then I'm trying to decide, where would we show your draw power versus the enemy's draw power, or the draw value versus the enemy's draw. So it'd be something like, we could, actually, what if we have stacking gauges, right? So you'd have a seemingly single bar here, and then you've got the two gauges, one on top of each other. So then you would have the enemy's draw power that would kind of fill up this bar here. And then you would have your draw power that would fill up here. And then 21 is the end. And so that way, depending on whoever's bar is filled up higher, that's obviously who wins. Do something like that. Could do something like that. Or maybe we don't even do a bar, like a gauge to indicate that. It could just be numbers. You know, kind of like how this one is, where it's essentially like 21 over 21. So it'd be like 18 over 16. You're good to go. You're good to attack. Maybe. Jerry says, I like the health sass damage overlay to implement if you just stack the image over the health bar, but make it starting point the end of the monster's current health, and it grows left. Yes. So, and yeah, that would be the general idea. With RPG Maker, it would be a little bit more difficult to do that, just because I'm having to use a plugin called Some Random Dude's HUD Maker. And you can't really set... So it has a set starting point, right? So you would say starting point is left, down, right, or up. But then I'm having to manually move where that bar is, and then it adjusts the starting point based on if it's, you know, adjusting from, you know, left to right, or right to left, or top to bottom, or bottom to top. So I can't really tell it, but anyway, all that to say, there are ways that I could make this work. I tried to implement it before, and it wasn't coming easily, and so I scrapped it. But I know that it can be done because I've done it in other projects, so I know that I could do it. But yeah, basically the idea would be, excuse me, I would have 3 image gauges here. Good heavens, I'm so sorry. So you got 3 image gauges here. Basically, you would have the monster's health, which goes from left to right. You would have the player's damage that would be starting here, that would go right to left. And then you have a 3rd gauge on top that would fill in based on how much the player's max HP minus what its current HP is. And it would also be going right to left. So this would be covering up everything from the monster's HP to the potential damage. This will be showing just the potential damage, and this will be showing the player's HP. So that's how that would all work. So yeah, definitely possible to do, just a little weird on how to do it. But we can get there. Steven says, could you put the stats above the room screen and move it down a bit? I could do that. Yeah, because we can put the room anywhere, honestly. The reason why I have the room so high is because I figured this area here is kind of like the action area, right? So this area here is for playing blackjack. This is for any text that needs to be shown, actions that need to be taken in other rooms. So basically anything that would need to happen is going to happen here. And so I kind of wanted to have this as big as possible without having it being broken up. Yeah. So that's why that is like that. The other thing I'm kind of wondering is if we do, so let's just grab 2 cards, move them over here, yada yada. So how much room do we currently have from one card to the next? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Maybe never mind then. So here's what I was thinking. I was kind of wondering, what if we did something like this? Now let's not do the cards themselves. So what if we did something like this, where, so we would keep the health bar up here, but I want specific stats. So like how much you've drawn, the damage you're going to be doing. It's easier if it's all in one location, just so that your eyes aren't having to like dart around looking for information. That's just like a user interface design type thing. You know, you want to make sure that what the player's readily needing is in this same general vicinity. And so if we had things like, what is your total draw value or stuff like that, it being above, it works. It just gets a little weird. So those are kind of like the 2 reasons why I would want to have it all in one section here. So that is why. We definitely could put it up there, but those are the reasons why I'm trying to keep it down below. So we'll see. Let's see. Jerry says, I like the horizontal split too. Either way, I think the visual aspect would be cooler. Of course, that's as long as you have an easy to understand symbolic representation of what you're trying to show. Numbers equal no, visualize equals yes. That is 100%. And that is why I really want to rely on bars as much as possible, because it's just so much easier to, like, I know you can't get as granular, because like with a number, you can be specifically, you can be like, you have, or the monster has 42 health left, right? But it doesn't really matter the exact number that monsters have left when you're dealing damage, because you're not actually choosing how much damage you're doing, right? You're just drawing cards, hoping you draw a high enough value to outweigh the opponent, and then whatever damage that's going to do, it's going to do. And so just having that visualization here of like, this is how much of a chunk of the HP it's going to take off, that's where people actually care. Same thing with like, if there's ever any like healing aspects, just showing it visually here, it's probably going to be the best way to go. But anyway, yeah, so definitely want to have it be as visual as possible. But so here's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking, what if we do something like this? So you have the stacks here of cards. You got your stacks, and then the cards kind of come down here as you're drawing, yada yada yada. They all kind of stack here. So you got your card. And then the enemy's cards are over here. Again, we need to make sure that we are taking into account the enemy stacks of cards. Even though they don't matter as much for just the base enemies you're fighting, they will still be important. Okay. If we were to do something like this. Wait, would that work at all? I don't know if that would work at all. want to make sure that we have enough room here. The idea is this would line up at the bottom of these decks. And then you would have... something like that. So it'd be drawing cards out like this. And same thing with up over here. And then these cards would align like this. Yeah, because then you're going to have that same like very narrow spot here. Then I also don't know what we would put in this area here, right? Man. I don't know, I'm having such a block with designing the UI. I don't get it. It is such a hard block that I have right now. I'm just like, what is happening? Jerry says maybe put the health bar actually over the monster, like how enemies have their health bar over them in WoW or League of Legends. Actually put it in the room that opens the blank space for stats, and the bottom can just be for the cards. Yes, you explain where people have to look, but if you centralize it too much, they will spend all the 2 seconds to in the beginning to look at the monster. True. And then you spend the rest of the time looking at the bottom of the screen. You could put the stats in those blank spaces. True. So yes to some of that stuff. So with the with the health bar, we definitely could put it somewhere in. Actually, that's right. We could, but it would be frustrating. So the way that I've set up the image layers in the game is everything in this spot here, this like point of view area, shows above. But I guess this would be a HUD element that shows above all. So we could technically put it here, just like at the bottom or something like that. Because if we put it above, I can't necessarily change the positioning of this health bar based on the height of the monsters. Not easily anyway. So I would have to be like manually adjusting where that health bar is based on like the height of the monster. So if it's like a smaller monster, you'd want it lower, but you know. In your current layout, you could just put stats in those blank spaces. True. I mean, the only stats we really need to show are the elemental damage, your attack. We could put the attack, like your combat power. Yes, we need combat power, and we need to show what your draw value is versus what the enemy's draw value is. And now we could, it's like, let's be honest. Most hands, you're going to draw about 3, maybe 4 cards at most. But at the end of the day, oops, come on. There we go. At the end of the day, this is kind of what your hand is going to look like. It's about something like this. Yeah. Something like that. And so if that's the case, we could do something like this. So if this is player, monster. I know this is basically just taking us right back to what Devious Oatmeal had created before. This gives us a new perspective. I hope. Maybe. Maybe it's a new perspective. Yeah, so you would draw your cards up to a certain point. And then as you get more and more cards, they kind of just like squish more and more. So if you draw more than 4 cards, so if you draw a 5th card, that would draw one more time to here because the center point is right there. Yeah, so you would draw to the center point right there. Actually, there's the center point. So that gives us 12 pixel gap there. Yeah, that should be fine. So if you draw up to 5 cards, that's how much width you would have. And then as you draw more, they would like compress just more and more and more, which I think should be fine. Okay, so that covers the card draws themselves. So if we come back over here, so then we have room for stuff up top here. So what if we, instead of having this on the side here, like in the center, we could do something like trying to decide. I'm trying to decide. I don't know. Let's see. All right, let's see. Where did I drop off, Jerry? Put the stats in those blank spaces. In your current layout, you could put stats. Oh, yeah. Okay. So have them over or under their respective deck. Could do that as well. Raise the decks up a little bit and put some stats on the bottom. I think maybe having a little bit more room up here might work. Maybe. Let's see. And then the Steven says, hovering over this, hover over the decks could show the stats. Yeah. The only problem about like the hovering, unless it showed like on the deck itself, we would have to have room somewhere for it to show up just during hovering. I do like the idea of hovering though, having it show and hide things. We might implement that somewhere else. I do like this design though. I'm assuming that might have been the last design, or maybe this one. If it's this one, thank you. Okay, so it'll show the cards like this, right? Let's just for even measures and the sake of all that is not and evil. You there? Okay, so that is what the max cards would look like, something like this. And then I think what we would do is here at the top, we would then say something like, we did HUDs. We did something like this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. .504. Oh, let's see, what would that be? 24 pixels tall? And if we did 4 pixels in, delete that. And what do we got here? We got 40, 20, 18. 18 goes up to there. So that way we would have from here over to there, which is 4 pixels. Fill that in. So then the idea is you would have, so this would be the monsters bar that's filling up. I don't know why. It just seems weird to me to have these bars that are moving in the same direction. So as you draw, it fills this up. And then as the enemy is drawing, it fills this up. Yeah, I don't know. Jerry says, I know this has nothing to do with with anything, but I think when you're all done with the game, you add a clown that randomly walks by the door in the background and looks in real quick. Be terrifying. Be even worse than like any glowing red eyes would be through this doorway. Some creepy clown walks by and just like peeks in really quick and heads out. Terrifying stuff. It says the impeding danger bar. That does look pretty dangerous with the orange and the yellow. Does look dangerous. Here's also another idea, thought slash something like that. We could well, maybe. It would depend on how we have the bars fill up. We could have something that goes a little something like this. So let's say you drew all pyro, right? So it would just be all pyro. But let's say you drew like one of these cards were, I don't know, Geo. It would then fill up partially with blue. And what if, instead of having the monster fill up, instead of having that fill up, basically what we would do is we would have a goal point. So if the monster were to draw, let's say this were accurate, right? And the monster drew 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So they've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So they've got 10. So basically halfway. So the marking for where you needed to draw to would be here. And let's say this is also accurate for you. If we come over here and we hide the player's last drawn card, you've only drawn 8. So that would mean your current draw value does not quite hit this yet. Oh, geez, come on. Does not quite hit that yet. So delete that and then delete a little bit of this as well. Yeah, so you've only drawn up to this point. And so depending on how high the monsters draw, you know, maybe they draw up to, maybe they draw up to here. And so you need to be able to draw up to there. It's a thought. Maybe. Or maybe we don't even show on the bar the elements. Maybe the element showing is just weird. Maybe. I don't know. Jerry says, if it's not a thought, it's an emotion. If it's neither, then it's probably just gas. Probably. Most likely. I'll take a large Geo with extra sugar. No necro, I'm allergic. Oh, and hold the ice. I see what you did there, Jesse. I see what you did there, Jesse. Your name is right next to Jerry, and so as I finished reading your message. Anyway, I know it's you. I knew it was you. That'll be Tree Fitty. Non-necro grande for Kenny. That's gonna kill him. It's gonna kill Kenny. Let's see here. The Steven says monster bar goes towards player cards. So that's like in my mind visually, that's what I want to have happen. The only problem is that it then doesn't really give a good visual representation, because I want it to feel like, well, I want it to feel like this. So I want it to feel like as this bar is filling up, right? So it's split in two. I want it to feel like, you know, if you fill it up to here, I want you to see your progress toward, you know, having a higher hand than the monster. And so if the monsters is filling up this way, going toward the player, I know that visually I want that to make sense, but in the context it kind of doesn't. It's like, okay, well, you know, I've drawn this much and they've drawn this much, but like, how much is that actually? You know, because if you've drawn 17 and they've drawn 16 and it's going in these directions, it's like, okay, that's great, you've drawn 17, but it's like, you can't quickly look at that and visually be like, oh, that's how much I've drawn. Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of on the fence about doing it like that. Even though, again, I really want that to work, because in my head, that makes the most sense. As you're drawing, it goes from left to right. As they're drawing, it goes from right to left. But on the visual representation scale, not so much. Does not work so much. Evazoma says, could add a wandering enemy that gets closer every time you move. If Wanderer is nearby, they can cross the doorway in front of you. Actually, I have thought about adding some type of monster that is searching the dungeon for you. So basically the idea would be a giant sneeze. So basically the idea would be, after X amount of time in the dungeon, right? So once you've been in there for however long it would be, some set time, it would spawn an enemy, or an enemy would just be aware of your location now, and they would then start looking for you. And so even if you were standing in just an empty room like this, like you're not fighting anyone, you're just in this room, it is still hunting for you. And eventually when it finds you, you'll like see it come through the doorway and like come at you and start fighting you. So that is something that I have thought about implementing. I thought it would maybe be kind of creepy and fun. Eventually, I don't know exactly how I would do it yet, but eventually we could add something like that. Steven says, yeah, the single bar with goal seems better. It's kind of what I'm maybe leaning toward. Is, yeah, just kind of like showing how much the enemy has drawn. So it kind of just like show you like, you know, because like they would draw, they would have their hand. It would then, you know, move the bar over. It's like, you know, it'd be all fun and animated and all that fun stuff. So yeah, so it'd be, you know, as they were drawing, you know, it'd be over here. And then when they draw their 12 cards, it just kind of goes woo, like up over to here and then stops there. And then you know, and then anything past there is good to go. I kind of do actually like that. We may actually go that way. We'll see, because that would work, because as we're designing this, we need to make sure that, one, it works for regular monsters. And so the way the regular monsters is going to work is they will draw 2 cards. That is all the regular monsters draw. So even if they draw 2 2s and their shield, their armor class is 4, that is all they're going to draw. Their armor class will be 4, and that is it. The bosses, however, they will play regular blackjack with you. So they will keep drawing until they have reached wherever they're trying to get to, right? Which is, you know, either hitting 17, because in blackjack, if the dealer hits 17, they can't draw anything more than that. So if they hit 17, they're done. If they hit 21, they're done. But they're trying to draw as high as possible to beat you out. So anyway, that's like the general idea. And so I think this should work just fine, right? And so like, even if they draw 21, the bar would start here at the end and it would move over, and then it would move over there, and there's the goal. I'm sure we can think of better ways to visually represent this all, but I kind of think doing that, having some kind of bar that's just like, this is your goal, this is where you're at, this is how much you filled up, that kind of thing. Autumn__ says, might sleep now. Night and Moon Man, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, Autumn__. Hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you on Thursday. Actually, I should probably mention this before it starts getting later and people start getting off. Yes, my schedule, I have decided to change it. So it is no longer Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It is now Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. So it's an every other day type thing with a 2-day gap for the Friday, Saturday. So yeah, so it's Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. I do have that updated on Twitch, so I have the updated schedule on Twitch already. I've updated my banner on YouTube, so yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so that is the new schedule that I've got. So I will not be going live tomorrow. It'll be Thursday instead. Hopefully that won't be too frustrating or annoying. But yeah, part of it is for selfish reasons. So Sunday, I stream till 12:30 at night, and then I go to sleep. Well, I go take my daughter pee and then go to sleep. I'm usually falling asleep by like 1:30 or something like that in the morning, and then I have to be up at 6 to start getting ready for work. So yeah, so I mean, like, what is that? 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. Yeah, so it's like 5-ish hours of sleep, which after a while gets a little old. So yeah, so Sunday I'm up till like 1:30. Monday I have like a gaming night with my brothers and my uncles and stuff like that, and I'm usually up till about the same time on Mondays. And then I would stream Tuesdays and Wednesdays, which would have me up till like 1:30, sometimes 2 in the morning. And yeah, and then I have to be up bright and early for work. And so yeah, usually by the Wednesday stream, I was just exhausted and it wasn't great. And so yeah, so kind of a selfish reason. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to add an extra day in between the streams, so that way I can hopefully catch up on a little bit of sleep, maybe get a couple extra hours in that time, so that, you know, feeling a little bit more awake. But also hopefully it'll be good for everybody else, because hopefully I will not be half asleep on the Wednesday streams when I'm trying to get stuff done. So anyway, yeah. So for anyone who is here and wondering, there will not be a stream tomorrow. That'll be on Thursday going forward for the foreseeable future. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Anywho, okay, so getting back to it. Let's see. Jerry says, oh man, how far do I have to go back? All Jerry's are great. Geez. Jerry's also my dad's name. Oh, well, that's pretty exciting. I had no idea. Although I guess it would probably be pretty creepy if I had an idea. So it's probably for the best that I say that I had no idea, because if you were like, Jerry is also my dad's name, I would have been like, I know. I'd be worried for you. Yep. Anyway. Jerry says, all Jerrys are great, but I'm the best. That's fair. That's fair. The best Jerry I know. Instead of Monster B having a bar, why not make them a limit line? The line moves, but there's no bar. And frame the whole thing in the color of the element. Wait. I can't tell if I just didn't notice that. No, I've been building this out for a while. But I can't tell if I just didn't notice that for a while. Because yes, that is what we're doing. That is 100% what we're doing right now. So yeah, so the enemy will not have a bar. The enemy will basically be this line. So when they draw, it'll show a line, and then that line moves up based on how much they've drawn. And that will be the indicator for the player needs to draw up to this line to be able to win. So, yes. How about to build on what you were saying? Instead of bars that stack, you can have a struggle or balance meter. The center moves toward the losing player. Left pushes right, right pushes left. Yeah, we could do that. Actually, that's not a bad idea. So basically, the bar equals 21. Like, no. The bar is equal to whatever the current draw value is. And then depending on whoever has the higher draw value. Okay. I kind of like that one, actually. I do kind of like that. So basically the idea would be we still have this line, but let's cut that. We'll center it. And then general idea is we would get rid of this. Whoa, what the freak happened there? Now let's just do this. Oh my gosh. There we go. Yeah, so you get rid of that. So then basically the idea it would be, so you'd have the enemy, I don't know, we'll just do like purple or something like that. Whoop. There we go. And then the player, we'll just do blue for that for now, I suppose. And then as the enemy starts drawing more, it would push this over this way. Their bar would fill up and kind of start pushing toward that direction. And then you would start pushing that direction if you... Okay, yeah, I really like that. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Actually, that there we go. I think that is the absolute. I think that is exactly what I have been looking for, but wasn't quite sure what to do or how to do it. And now here's kind of what another thing I'm thinking is, what if we do something like this? So we'd say, 13. Let's change this to that. Change this to be 20? 10? No, it'd be 20, right? One, two, three, four. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That was weird. So yeah, so the basic idea would be you would have your number on this side telling you how much you've actually drawn. Okay, all right, that's what I thought. Oh, it's because I'm drawing in 6s, not 4s. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you would have the bar here. Just want to make sure this is all going to be visually representationed correctly. Over here. Fill that with blue. Okay, yes. So general idea. You'd have a number here to show how much you have drawn. And then, we'd reverse it as well. So if we took this and copied it and put it over here and oh my gosh. There we go. Fantastic. So yeah, so let's say you are currently at 13, but the enemy is at 16. So they're slightly more than you, so they would kind of be pushed over just a little bit more. I really messed this one up, didn't I? Oof. So yeah, so then, you know, they'd be over just a little bit more, and they'd be something like this. And it would just kind of like push that back and forth. All right, yeah, there we go. There we go. Fantastic. Well, Jerry, that was an absolutely fantastic idea. I think that's probably the direction we're going to go with it. Is yeah, have the bar here, because then that covers, I mean, it's mostly just the draw power. So we do need to have the damage indicator somewhere as well. But I mean, this gets roughly the job done. Roughly the job done. Also, Jerry says, autumn underscore underscore. Yes. So the autumn underscore falls underscore day is what I used to say. I used to say the full username, and I kept tripping over it. But I don't know. It was a bit that was going, and it was going well, and then after a while, I was allowed to simply say autumn underscore underscore instead of autumn underscore falls underscore today, because it's a little bit faster to say just autumn underscore underscore. So yeah, that's the answer for that one. But yes, like Axel says, it is absolutely integral to her name. Jesse says that would be really weird and kind of cool to have you be like, yeah, I know your dad. He goes by Jerry the Fish. It's true, he does. Didn't you know that? Jerry the Fish. We go way back. You probably know him better than I do. Met him like twice. Oh. I'll have to introduce you sometime. He's a weird guy. And with that, that will be the end of that bit. Man, that cough. Jerry says, idea for struggle implementation. Full bar width is split into parts. If player has 10 and enemy has 7, the meter moves 3 to the right. Yes, yeah, exactly. Because yeah, we couldn't just say, oh, the bar is equal to 21 split amongst the player and the enemy, because if you each have 20, that's going to be 40. So yeah, so when we're actually coming down to it and implementing it, the idea would be the bar is equal to both the player and the enemy's draw amount. And then, you know, obviously whoever has the most out of that portion, whoever has the most out of the total will have a larger portion. That's what I'm meaning to say. So, shouldn't be too bad to implement. I feel like that should be pretty easy, honestly. But I guess we'll see. Time will tell. Okay, so that is that for that. How's that for a sentence? That is that for that. Now, obviously, we're going to beautify things up a little bit more. Like, this bar is not going to look like that. It's going to look better. We're just trying to get the rough idea for how it's going to look. Let's turn that back on just so you have a better idea of like where the center is there. The player cards, the monster cards, and then the HUDs. So we've got the draw power. We'll call it DP for short. Love me some good old DP. Speaking of which, favorite sodas. What's everyone's favorite soda? Let's talk about that. For me, I personally I could not stand the taste of Coke when I was younger. Like when I was like a teenager, I don't know what it was. Even when I was in like my 20s, I could not stand the taste of Coke. I never understood why everybody loved it. I was like, it just was way too sugary, maybe. And it was just the flavor. I don't know. I didn't like it. Was not a fan. I was always just like a root beer, Sprite, Mountain Dew kind of guy. Yeah, like all through high school, I wonder, actually, all right, here we go. I'm going to calculate this actually. How many days of school are in a school year? 180 school days. Okay, all right. So let's figure this just roughly. So 180, let's just say like 160 just to, for random days where maybe I was sick or something like that. 160 times 4 years times $1.50. Yeah, so I spent roughly about $1,000, just under $1,000 on Mountain Dew, Code Red Mountain Dew. I almost said Mountain Dew Baja Blast. That wasn't a thing back in high school for me. Code Red Mountain Dew. I probably spent about $1,000 on Code Red during my high school career, just buying a Code Red from the vending machine every single day. Like, and I quite literally did buy one from the vending machine every day. There was not a day that I didn't have a Code Red in my hand. Now, okay, and again, it's not exactly, I didn't buy a Code Red from the vending machine every day, but I had a Code Red every day. So whether it was I bought it from the store, which, you know, probably could have saved 25, 30 cents if I bought it from the store versus the vending machine. But yeah, Code Red, lived on that stuff in high school. Absolutely loved it. It was great. But yeah, it's kind of sad to actually look at that now and just see how much money I probably spent on Code Red. Ugh, not good stuff. Wait a minute. Actually, I hope you clipped that. Clipped what? What did I say that was clippable? Now I'm glad that you didn't. Just says, I'm a Mountain Dew fan, though I always do sugar-free sodas these days. I have recently... Oh, I'm going to, don't worry. Dang it, I thought you said you couldn't. For some reason, I auto-corrected in my head to... I thought you said I'm trying, but it's not working or something like that. All right, fair. Yeah, sugar-free sodas. I definitely am on that same boat now as well. Now that I'm in my mid-30s. Yeah, Mountain Dew. It's hard to go wrong with Mountain Dew. I will say though, the Voltage Mountain Dew. I cannot drink Voltage Mountain Dew without vodka. I have to have vodka with my Voltage, because that's just. That was the first mixed drink I ever had was Voltage, Mountain Dew, and vodka. And now for some reason, whenever I taste Voltage Mountain Dew, I'm like, this needs something. It needs a little kick. And the kick is vodka. Jay says, love that DP. Speaking of which, what's everyone's favorite soda? YouTube short. All right, that's just how my brain works. I put DP because I do love Dr. Pepper as well. So I went from Mountain Dew when I was in high school / early 20s. And then I became obsessed with Dr. Pepper when I lived in Texas for 2 years, because if anyone knows Texas, Texans and their Dr. Pepper, there's probably as much pride in Dr. Pepper as there is just the state in general for Texans. So anyway, yeah, Dr. Pepper, huge in Texas, so I just fell in love with it. I still absolutely love it. That is usually the soda that I will pick when I go out places. Is Mountain Dew is Dr. Pepper. Yeah, Devious Oatmeal. Yep, DP. And Devious Oatmeal's from Texas, so you can take that to the bank. Yes, Dr. Pepper, huge in Texas, and I just kind of carried that back. Not that it's not a thing here in Utah, but it's much bigger over there. Oh, the first time I ever had a Dr. Pepper and vanilla Bluebell float. Oh, so good. So good. I need to go back to Texas just for Bluebell. Anyway, the blackberry is pretty good. I don't think I've ever had the blackberry. I think the most recent one I had was like the peaches and cream. It is all right. I think I prefer just regular Dr. Pepper over that. Anyway, but then all of that to say, coming back around finally here, like 10 minutes later, yeah, Coke. I finally appreciate the taste of Coke. Yeah, so good times. Just says, I used to love Voltage, but there is no sugar-free. I guess I've never looked to see if there's a sugar-free Voltage, but I will take your word for it. And Voltage and vodka is my favorite mixed drink. It's really good. I love it. Jesse just posted it. No. He doesn't know what DP is short for a naughty act. Well, Jerry, you need to get your mind out of the gutter. I was not thinking about that when I was saying DP. I was considering Dr. Pepper. Not that kind of DP. Axel says, as a Texan where I work, there's Mr. Pibb. People go feral for that. Mr. Pibb is pretty good too. I do enjoy me some good Mr. Pibb. I haven't had the last time I had Mr. Pibb was when my daughter was born because the hospital didn't have Dr. Pepper. They only had Mr. Pibb. But I was like, that sure, I'll go for it. And it's still good. I like it. No, he definitely knows, Jerry. That's true. I do know. I do know. Just it's not where my mind was going with that. Devious Summer says, although Mexico imported Coke as the Mexican imported Coke is the only real is the only real thing that would be great about Dr. Pepper. That would beat out Dr. Pepper. Yes, actual Mexican Coke. So that stuff is really good. It is expensive, but it is really good stuff. Although, if you're ever drinking Mexican Dr. Pepper, Mexican Coke, do not, especially if you're older, do not look at the nutrition facts. Don't do it. I'm pretty sure that the sugar content is something like 135% of your daily value in that one drink. It has so much sugar. It's not good, but it's so good, but it's not good. So just don't read it, and it doesn't matter. What you don't know can't hurt you. And I have a bottle of Coke from before they changed the recipe. That's pretty impressive. I used to have a bottle of Coke that a coworker of mine brought me from Disneyland. It was like the little, if anyone's seen the Cokes at Disneyland, like the Star Wars Cokes, it came in like this little like plasma grenade bottle. That was really cool. I had that on my desk for a very long time. It's all cane sugar though, so you can pretend it's better for you. Exactly. It's real sugar, not that artificial stuff, so it's safe. It's fine. 100%. So much sugar, probably not since college. Yeah, and yeah, I'm trying to avoid extra sugars nowadays at my point in life, because, oof. And Mr. Pibb, Pibb Extra now. Haven't seen a Mr. Pibb in a long time. Wait, Pibb Extra, what? I don't think I've ever heard of Pibb Extra. Yeah, Mr. Pibb. It is not really a thing here in Utah. That's why I was really surprised when I was at the hospital when my daughter was being born that they had a Mr. Pibb. So I got it. It was good. I liked it. Depends on the size. Normal Coke 20-ounce bottles have 128%. I have a Dr. Pepper 20-ounce right here that says 128%. Oh, well. Actually. Hold up. Hold up. Give me 2 seconds. Doing things. Okay, I don't think it's actually. Hey. Hey. All right, never mind. Wait, it's gotta be. I can hear the glass bottles, but it's all tied up. I have a garbage bag that has a Coke bottle in there, so I was gonna look it up, look at it, but it's the garbage bag's all tied up. So never mind on that. We're not doing that. But yes, it is a lot of sugar, but it's really good stuff. I apologize. Oh man, what do we got here? Axel stealing sugar like a criminal. What? Who's stealing sugar? I used to have a family member that lived next to a sugarcane farm, and every time I'd go there, we'd cut some. You little thief. You little thief. It's called Pibb Extra. They changed their name from Mr. Pibb to Pibb Extra in 2014. Oh! Well, that would make sense why whenever I try and look for Mr. Pibb, it doesn't ever actually show up. Good to know. Dr. Pepper Black Cherry is like 165% sugar. Woo, that's a lot. Soon, they will only care about one thing, the tomb of Versilius. Exactly. Speaking of caring about the tomb of Versilius, let's see if we can actually get this freaking concept figured out. Okay, so you got the cards. You draw the cards. You click on here, it draws the cards. Cool. And then as you're drawing, it moves this thing further and further over, yada, yada, yada. Fantastic. Shows how much you've drawn versus how much they've drawn, and then it goes over. Fantastic. Okay. X says, sadly, my music will not be featured in this game unless he agrees to make me the shopkeeper with my music as the theme. Maybe. We may look into that. I still have no idea what kind of music we're going to have in this game. We'll figure it out eventually, but, yeah. I don't know. Stuff like figuring out music seems so far down the road that I'm just like, I don't even want to think about what, like, the sound design is going to be like. We'll see. We'll see. Jerry says, wait, Moonwood Games, did you not see Axel say the cares statement? Wait. Dr. Pepper Black Cherry is like 165% sugar, but literally no one cares. Oh, yeah. Oh, about the name. Okay, yes, that makes sense. They call it Pib Extra, but nobody cares. That's fair. That is fair. I did see it. I think I like read it in my head and then skipped over it vocally. Sometimes skips messages on accident because he's human. That's true. And maybe because I'm a little bit, I'll read them in my head and, I'll read them in my head and think that I read them out loud, and so I apologize. If I ever, like, read something and I don't actually say anything while I'm reading it, it's probably because I'm just reading it in my head, and then I just didn't say anything about it out loud. Anyway, okay, so now I think the only other things we need, is we need the monster's HP, the monster's name, potentially, and your damage. Yes. Oh, that's right. We weren't going to actually do your damage. We were just going to show the damage on the enemy's health bar. That's right. So we don't actually need the damage there. Okay, cool. Sounds good. So the name, that one's easy enough. We can just put the name somewhere and we'll be fine. The enemy HP is being merged with the player damage, so that's good. So wait, is that everything? We've got the cards. We've got the draw values. The damage is on the enemy HP bar. We don't need to have these because I don't think we're going to do the deck building. As great as it would be, I don't think that it's in the cards, no pun intended, for this game. Got some damage value. So the only other thing that might be worth having would be something like some kind of indication as to how much of each elemental attack you're going to be doing. You know, kind of like how this is right here. You know, this will tell you how many cards you've drawn that are that element. But I don't know if we need to get that granular. I don't think we need to. I think that it should be fine because you're seeing the elements of the cards in the color of the cards, right? And the icon, right? So, you know, you draw two cards, you'll see the elements. And then it's only when you start drawing more and they start pushing closer together, you'll start losing the sight of how many. But honestly, at the end of the day, you really only care how much damage you're doing. You know, you don't really care, at least you shouldn't. I don't think you should care. I mean, there will be monsters with strength and weaknesses. There's not anything you can do. So like, even if you can see like, oh, I drew a pyro card, but this thing is, I don't know, whatever would be immune to pyro. I don't know, fire, aqua, you know, it's like, or hydro, that's the one. This is hydro, so like, it's not going to do any damage. It'll show up here. It'll let you know you're only doing a little bit of damage because this person is strong against your attack. So yeah, I don't think we actually need to have that. So I think technically at this point, we could just say something along the lines of, something kind of like this. Just grab all of this. Fill this in with black. Just fill you in, you. Okay. And then, yeah, again, kind of like general idea is, you know, you would have monster's HP is something like that, and then it would indicate how much damage you're going to be doing with something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I think that's everything we should need. All right, what have I missed? Is anybody skipping mine a lot? I don't know what you're talking about, Axel. I'm not skipping any of your messages. Definitely not on purpose. Have I been missing that many? I apologize if I apologize if I have. I have not meant to. I guess there's also like a silent filter that goes in my head where it's like when you say something, I don't know, sometimes my brain is like, does it need a response? Probably not. And then I just kind of go, all right. So I apologize. If there's things that you've said that I have not responded to, that is my bad. That is my bad. Oh my goodness, cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Banned. Cool Man Chill says, progress report, I'm 1/4 of the way to 10,000. That is absolutely crazy and fantastic. Very nice. I'm glad that you're making your way downtown. Walking fast, mana passing as your homebound. I'm dying. Everything's gonna be fine. We're all just dying here. He's human? I thought it was a demigod sent from the RPG Maker universe. Well, he's a human that was blessed by the RP Jesus. In my head, I was reading that as RP Guesses. That would make more sense. The RP Jesus. That just sounds like someone who's really good at role-playing. And yes, that could be taken dirty. New game jam theme, RP Jesus. Blasphemy. That would be kind of a good time. Oh man. Wait, did it delete that message? Okay, good, it did. The whole bot thing coming in here. Instead of praying to RN Jesus to get good luck, he prays to RP Jesus to let his game work at all. Sometimes I feel like I gotta do that. Isn't that all of us? It 100% is. If you are making a game and you are not praying to some type of deity that it will actually work, maybe you should try doing that so it'll actually start working. I was heard that RP Jesus followers disagree with RN Jesus followers on who came first. I feel like RN Jesus would have come first. That is my stance. RNGesus came first. And then RPGesus. All right, so we've got that. Fantastic. Cool. That also means, thank freaking goodness, we can still use these original cards. So let's do this. Let's grab this stuff, because these are all the newer cards. They're fine. They're fine. We're just gonna cut that though. And we're gonna say, we're gonna call this one poo-poo cards. That's what those are. And then we'll go to old cards, cut that, and come back out over here and paste that in there. Fantastic. They're not exactly poo-poo cards. I do need to redesign these to be slightly more like them. Like I was saying before, because I absolutely love the idea of what Devious Oatmeal did with these cards. Because I kind of redesigned... Devious Oatmeal, this is nothing against your stuff. I don't want you to make it... I don't want you to feel like this is anything against you. The design of these cards... At least the outer design was much more in line with what Devious Oatmeal had put in this, what's the right word? Template? Not template. Design. In this design, right? So, yeah, so we made it so that, you know, the edges were less rounded. So I guess you can see here, they're more of like a cutoff. Same thing here, kind of more of a cutoff. But then if you come over here to these cards, they're much more rounded. And so that makes it a little bit more difficult to put this further into the corner. Because of that, you have to have the cards further apart so you can actually see the number that's behind them. But if we were to do something where we like move the number up just a little bit, so it's a little bit further over to the side, that way it should make it so you can have the cards even closer together and still see what's in there. Anyway, so yeah, so I do need to redesign that. We're gonna get there. Mock-up. That's the one. That is the one. Thank you, Devious Oatmeal. I appreciate it. Yes. The fantastic Devious Oatmeal mock-up here. Yes, he definitely pointed out that it is going to work better if it's not so rounded. So, anyway, all that to say, I will need to change up the cards, but I do like that we can still continue to use these cards. Because I do kind of actually really like the design of these cards. I know they're not perfect, but having like the little, I don't know, snips and cuts and breaks out of each of the sides, I don't know. I kind of like it. I think it's a good time. Axel says, but no, the last one you skipped said, sadly, my music will not be featured in this game unless he agrees to make me the shopkeeper with my music as the theme. Wait, did I actually skip over that? I thought I gave some kind of response. Did I not respond? In my head, I responded. I thought for sure I responded. No, I did respond. Yeah, because remember I was saying like, I feel like I'm so far off in this game from even thinking about anything like music and sound effects that I'm like, I don't even want to think about it because it just seems like so far off. I think I responded in a roundabout way, not directly. I apologize. So I guess he's more of a multi-class cleric like with two gods. That would be an interesting D&D character. That definitely would be. He's a chaotic neutral cleric / artificer. At Axel, he said that would think about it if you gave me $100 or $350. One or the other. One or the other. Yeah, $100. It's so sorry. Yeah, that's. I can go for $100 right now. $100 sounds pretty nice. All right, so let's do this actually. I need to see how far over we can move these. Reason being, I need to know how much space we have to see if we can somehow. I don't know. So basically, here's what I'm thinking. I was kind of considering, what if we box these in again, right? Kind of like how it was before. So you'd have the box here and the box here. But if we did that, we would have to push in everything just a little bit more. Not the end of the world. It just leaves less space for stuff. But I kind of like having the idea. I go both ways. Don't clip that. I go both ways on the idea of if you don't have a bounding box, you can put whatever you want down here and it doesn't matter what it is. It'll just kind of fit the size right there. No, Axel. I said don't clip it. I continued speaking. You can't take that out of context. Yeah, so I kind of like the idea of not having a bounding box, but I also like the idea of having a bounding box so I can be very specific of like, this is what this area is right here. I think we're going back to the bounding box. We're gonna do it. X says, oh, okay, yeah. I'll work on music then. Try to encapsulate the shopkeeper theme. I mean, if you would like to, because I know that we had kind of talked about it a little while ago, about like the general idea of like the 8-bit or like 1-bit type music that I was kind of thinking of doing in the game. But I don't know. Still on the fence about it. Still on the fence. Just says, actually, you got to get that stream boo money. Exactly. You got to get that kind of money. They got to be doing something right. If they can afford all these bots to keep coming back in here, stream after stream after stream, ban evading the way that they are, that stuff's not free. Doesn't grow on trees, that's for sure. It's totally not going into the memes channel. We need a channel for OOC clips, though. Out of context. I gotcha. I know what OOC is. I'm cool and hip. I know acronyms. We probably should do something like that, though. Yeah, get an out of context channel going. Be a good time. All right, so let's do this. So how are we going to redesign these cards? That is the ultimate question here. So I'm kind of thinking, if we do something like... Whoops. Yeah, I think that should be all right. Something like that. And I'm getting into it right as the song is like wrapping up. So yeah, something like that, because then we can do something like this. We want it all the way up in the corner. No, I'm kind of thinking something right there. But then in that case, do we actually need to unround the corners? Because if we don't unround the corners, I can literally just do this. Like, I can already make that work, where they just get pushed further. So maybe we don't need to unround the corners. We can keep them round. We just need to move this down. Down and over. Yeah. Now, before we go through and change all of that stuff up, let's just come in here really quick. Actually, I should have done this. Copy, paste. dying. Just dying a little bit. It's all right. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna make it through. Let's move this down to player. Then we get rid of the rest of these. Actually, no. I want to see how far over we can go. If we go 10, 11, 12, 10, 12. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So how far over is that? That is 28 pixels. It's not too bad. Oh geez, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? Okay, so that's the original. Ugh. So we are saving 16 pixels. It's some. It helps. Definitely helps. Nothing too bad. OOC also means Ocarina of Time. Oh, well. I guess out of context, that could mean Ocarina of Time. I'm going to compile all the Moon Man OOC clips and make a video. No, don't do it. Would not be good. Zach, welcome. Glad you're here. New stream thumbnail? Yes, yeah. I decided if we were going to be going back to Tomb of Versilius, we'd switch it up a little bit and, I don't know, get a different looking thumbnail in there. I actually kind of like how it turned out. Not that one. This one. I don't know. I kind of like it. Actually, you can probably see it better if I go over to my channel. Yeah. I don't know. I think it helps just kind of like make it pop just a little bit more, you know? You got like the red outline. You got the little, even though there's live here, but then live over there. You got the thumbnail now. Cause I think we've officially determined we're going with the title Tomb of Versilius. I think that is pretty set in stone now. So I feel pretty confident in saying, let's put the logo on there, Tomb of Versilius. So yeah, it's good times. Anyway, Zach, how's your day going? How's your week going? We're almost to Wednesday. We're almost halfway through the week, which is pretty great. Pretty great. Also, Axel, I will allow you to compile clips, but you can't put them all in one video. Moon Man out of context just does not work well. Small little bits is all I can take. Damn it, that's another ad. We're fine. Everything's fine. We'll do it live. Okay, here we go. So we can save, what was it, 12 pixels? We can save 12 pixels here. 16 pixels. That's even more pixels than I thought. That is way more than what we bargained for. So 16 pixels we can save by switching to Geico. Why not? Moon Man out of context is the best 25 minutes of funny Moon Man. There's no way there's 25 minutes of out of context Moon Man. I refuse to believe it. Maybe like 2 minutes, but 25 minutes? I was about to say something, but I didn't because it would have been taken out of context. But it has to do something with 25 minutes being a long time, and I wouldn't last that long. Interpret that however you will. Okay, here we go. Not yet, there isn't. That's. Give it time, give it time. If I keep streaming 3 days a week, I'm sure eventually it will all add up. It will eventually add up to be 25 minutes. Okay, how about this? I will give you permission to compile a video of all of my out of context stuff if you can get 25 minutes worth. When you have 25 minutes worth, then you can turn that into a video. But until then, you have to compile individual clips and put them places. That is my one rule now. As soon as you can get to 25, then you can. Deal. I made the deal for both of us. All right, so we come over here and we grab the card deck. We come over here and we put the card deck in here. Right there. Do. Yeah, see, that's why we do this. All sorts of out of whack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. Fantastic. So that is what it used to look like. That is what we've got now. Used to, got now. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Not bad at all. Okay, so let's delete that one. This one's just going to be player. Yes. Cool. All right, now that we have like the general idea of what we want to do, let's get this thing going. Let's duplicate that. We're going to do monster. We're going to delete the old monster. Move you over to here. You. And the cards. The cards. There we go. Okay, so that is that. I think if we do something like this. So where's center? Center should be like right. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, there's center. So we got 28. We can move over 24. We got there, and player 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should put us 8 pixels apart in there. Fantastic. Which should give us enough room to do something like this. Okay, so let's say new concept. There we go. Okay, so with the new concept, we need, let's see, we got sigil, buttons, cards, frame. Yes, let's turn the frame back on. Cool. The frame is going to be taller though. It's over here in POV. Hey, look at that. See, I at one time was going to put the HUD above the monster. Frame. Okay, there we go. So we got the frame, but what we're going to do is we need to reduce its size. So we don't need it to be that tall. How much room do we have up here? We've got 8, I'm assuming. Yes, 8. Here we've got 10. There we go. Cool. All right, so then the card area for the new concept for the frame. Let's grab the frame and we're going to something like this. Do. Okay, we've got 8 and 8. Awesome. Oh geez, come on. Thank you. Transform. Retransform. Nearest neighbor. There we go. Fantastic. Axel says, since I said deal, there's been over a minute of lag. Really? That's not good. Really? I raise my hands. Okay, so Twitch is about 3 seconds. YouTube's about 5 seconds. Eh. You might want to try refreshing, maybe? That might help. Maybe. It does seem like, for some reason, with YouTube, it seems to just, like... I don't know, it just seems to get behind after a while. You just have to kind of, like, refresh it, and it'll pick back up. I don't know. Maybe. Alright, so, if that's the case, we now have... 20 there. So let's do... I want to have 8 pixels. Yeah. Okay, so with player, let's go that. Same thing with monster. All right, so how many pixels do we have now? We've got 32. So if we do 32... Yeah, 24. Whoa! 24. Let's see. And so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could technically move player. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ax says no, as in YouTube itself lags. Oh, well, that's really not good then. I skipped ahead 1 minute and 32 seconds just now. Shoosh. It was lagging far behind, apparently. Well, good times. Good times for everyone. Not really, that sucks. So wait, can we actually move all the cards over? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then if over on the monster side, we did... Wait. Okay, this is still 8. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Oh no! 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no! Okay, what options do we have? We could do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could do something where we have less of a gap between the cards and the decks, but then that way we can have the cards a little bit more spread out, up to 5 cards. After 5 cards, it would then have to start cramming together more. I think that's not too bad. I think it should be all right. I am also kind of wondering and thinking now, maybe, potentially, possibly, what if we're going to be working in these confines again, could we do something like this? If we just grab all of these cards. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Player. Should we line the cards up with the tops of the deck? No. I like them being down just a little bit. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So with the HUD, we've got enemy HP. And we've got the draw power. DP. For some people, for short. I'm looking at you, Jerry. I'm looking at you. Let's see here. Okay, so then if we say, so I kind of want to have this span the whole width. What do we have with other UI elements? We got the cards. The buttons, those are eventually going to be kind of going away. That design anyway. These are going to be going away. All of this is definitely going away because I've completely scrapped all of that level select stuff. Map. Ongoing, the rooms. Okay, so we don't really have anything. So we're just gonna have to kind of like create our own thing now. Okay. We can do that. We can do that. We can stick with the same frame of like the windows themselves here. So if we did something like this, we're gonna say draw power DP. No, not underscore. Parenthesis. Okay, so, and then if we did something like this, we did, so it'd have to be, it's that, we go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that. So then the gold goes here, and then you go here and here, here and here, whoop, here. Okay. Whoop. I don't know. That was Phil. Five, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 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 Oh my gosh. There we go. I knew something fell off. Actually, let's just do this. That gives me a better idea. Okay, so that is the potential design. We would then stretch, make taller, all that fun stuff. Yeah. I think that should be good. That should be good. So, how tall do we want to make it? Probably at least 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably at least roughly something like this. Okay, and then we increase the length. I do also have to keep in mind the text size that we're going to need. Basically, we need the text to be about this size. Yeah. So we need to be something like this size. If we do 1, actually, let's just do zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, they are separated by 4. Okay. What am I doing? J. Okay. That's what I thought. All right, so we're gonna make this 1 taller. Fill that in. And the zeros go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, and then if we say something like this. Something like that. Whoops. Go. Divasoma says, question, should I rely on Steam's friend system or should my game have its own friend system? I would say if you could implement it, doing the Steam's friend system will probably be the easiest for the most amount of people. Not that there's anything wrong with doing your own friend system, but I feel like most people would prefer like an integration with their Steam friends so they don't have to add other friends in other ways. The game that's coming to mind right now, and it even still uses Steam, but if you've ever played Killing Floor 2, their lobby is absolute garbage. Like lobby creation, even though you can go in, you can see all of your friends, it is like the worst thing in the world. Like I'm trying to remember the process. It's something like you can't be in a lobby, like you can't invite people to a lobby. You have to invite people to join you, and so you're all like in just the main menu, and then when everyone has joined you, you then create a lobby. Everyone joins that lobby, and then you have to create a password for that lobby, which then requires everyone to type in the password to stay in the lobby. It's very weird. So even though it's integrated, you know, and using your Steam friends list, it's not great. And so for some reason, when you mentioned creating your own like friend system, like a friend system in the game, I don't know. I was just like thinking about like how frustrating that is, like with Killing Floor 2. So I'm like, it would just make so much more sense to just use your Steam friends to be able to invite and watch and all that fun stuff. So that's my vote. My vote is Steam friends list. Does anyone else want to chime in? Tomb of Versilius multiplayer? Oh, no. No, I will let multiplayer be handled by the professionals like Devious Oatmeal. Multiplayer will not be happening. Yeah. Multiplayer will not be happening in Tomb of Versilius. Killing Room 3 is dropping soon, by the way. Yeah, I've heard it's not good. I've heard very negative things about it, which is sad because I was very excited for that. I used to play the original Killing Floor with a good friend of mine back in high school, and well, not in high school, but he was from high school. He was a good friend from high school, and we would play it. And I didn't get it because I was like, where's the story? There was no story. You're just killing things. Killing Floor. And yeah. And then recently started playing Killing Floor 2 with my uncles and brothers and have an absolute blast with that. And so I was super excited for Killing Floor 3. And yeah, I've heard basically all of the reviews, and they're all like, they have not really improved anything, and they have like quadrupled the monetization, like in-game monetization. I'm just like, well, that sucks, because I'm like, I'm not about to spend, what is it? I think it's like $40. I'm like, I'm not going to spend $40 on a game to then immediately just be like, hey, do you want to buy all these skins and all of this and that? And I'm just like, it's one thing for a game to have it. If a game has microtransactions, that is not inherently bad. But when they either lock content behind that paywall, or they like put it in your face so aggressively that you can't avoid it, then it's just a frustration, and I'm like, I don't want it anymore. So anyway, who knows? Maybe it's not actually that bad, but from what I've heard from like beta testers and stuff like that, it's not looking good. But yeah, Killing Floor 2, so much fun. Absolutely love that thing. Killing Room 3. Oh yeah. No, I knew what you meant. You're good. You're totally fine. No worries at all. Okay, so that's the rough idea here. Now, something we could do is reduce its size. We could either reduce the size, so it basically, so once you got here, it would like shrink down to like this. Have that stretch across like that. Oop, there we go. That is 588. Let's get rid of... Actually, let's just add. $620, let's get rid of 20. And then we will grab that. Right over here. Maybe a little bit too wide. Roughly. Yeah, it's not too bad. And then we would do something like this. And then we would do something like this. This one's called slider. This one is numbers. Slider would be something like... Okay. Then I want to grab this stuff here. Maybe. Maybe it's going to be a little bit too weird. Alright, that one was a sneeze, not a cough. Yeah, that's a little bit too much. That is a little bit too much. No. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's also fill this in with black. Cover. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Axel says, I'm thinking of learning how to make mead. Ugh. That could be a good time. I would not have the slightest clue on where to start, so, it doesn't sound like it'd be easy, though. So I'm gonna say that would be impressive if you could actually learn how to do that. You should. You should. Be a good time. I think you would have fun with it. I don't see why not. Devious Oma says, yeah, I was going to go with Steam Friends list, but wasn't sure if there was something I never ran into. Don't play many multiplayer games. That's fair. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I don't play a ton of multiplayer games, but the ones that I do play, I feel like it makes it leaps and bounds more simple to invite people by using like Steam's built-in friends system. So yeah, that I would say that's probably going to be the best result, is if you just use the built-in functionality that's already there. So I mean, I could see an argument for, hey, it would be nice to, you know, be able to have a separate friends list, you know, when you're playing this game specifically. I can see that, but I feel like for the most part, most people are going to want to just have their friends list, invite their friends, call it good. So that's where I'm kind of leaning more toward. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. And maybe we don't even need that slider. No. I think it feels good to have the slider. Also, I wonder, do we do something like this? Where we fill those in with lighter. And then on the numbers, fill those in to be dark. No, I kind of think I like the darker. Yeah, I like that one more. Last but not least, I think we're going to try and line this thing up with, and let's do this. We're going to do DP bar. They're going to try and line this up with the center of these cards. 30. 12. Maybe 24. We'll see what happens. Okay, so then if we grab this, go over to here. Come on. There we go. Go 1, 2, 3. That's 30. That's 30. Okay. Just didn't seem quite right, but it is, so. Just that. And this bar itself needs to be something more like center there. You retransform, bring it out to there. You free transform, bring it out to there. Okay. Slider, you can be centered. Okay. Is it perfect? No, not even close. But it'll get us closer to where we would want to be. The thing is, like with the visuals, for the most part, the way that I'm building them out is I can build all of this out, I can put all the visuals, and then I should be able to relatively easily swap out a lot of the graphical parts later. So if anything changes here, which I feel like most of the things that are going to change are going to be up here. And so I think if we duplicate the DP bar, we call it the HP bar, and we get rid of slider, move this up, I don't know, 60. Sure, why not? I'm having new ideas pop into my head for this stuff now. I'm kind of thinking it would make more sense. So if we do something like this. Actually, what am I doing? I just need to come through here to here. Delete all of this. Blammo. Grab here to here. Retransform this. Oop. Get rid of the numbers. Then you are going to be filled in with red. Go. And then if we said something like here to here, filled in with that. And then just for visual representation, just kind of give you an idea of how much damage you're going to be doing. Go. Okay. Not bad. But then here's what I'm kind of thinking. I wonder, do we try and get this bar to integrate better with the HP bar? Kind of thinking so, yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Axel says it just takes ages to ferment. I'll make some and send it to send you a bottle. Can you mail that kind of stuff? I feel like you would get in some kind of trouble for mailing mead. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Who knows? I wouldn't mind giving it a try if you learned how, though. So, I'm sure we're gonna figure something out. I don't know. Anyway, and then Devious Oatmeal said it does make programming this current thing easier too. Well, there you go. See, that way you don't have to program out your whole own friends list, and as great as it would be, and sometimes things like that, it's kind of fun to just, if you're like, can I actually do this? And you like go into it to see if you actually could. That part can be a lot of fun. But yeah, that's true. It would make it a lot easier to not have to go in and program all of that. Anyway, yeah, I'm wondering if there's a better way to to marry these two bars a little bit more. Maybe? Trying to think of how that would look, though. I feel like we'd have to get rid of the boxes on the ends. And go with strictly... So we'd get rid of the slider and the boxes on the end. Axel says it's about time for... Oh, wait. Oh, I swear I'm not missing your messages. You can ship foodstuffs if they're in the right transport. Oh, well, there we go. I guess I've never really thought about shipping mead. So I in my head, I was just like, there's got to be some other extra thing that you have to do. I don't know. But I guess not. I guess that's true. You can ship alcohol. Yeah, so never mind. I'm just going crazy. And then you said it's about bedtime for me. It's about bedtime for me too. It is late. We're almost 4 hours in, so yeah, I'm kind of thinking it's just about that time. I just want to see really quickly if this is gonna look anything. Is it gonna look anything? We need another 52. So let's do something like this. I just want to see what it would look like. To have this essentially in that same vein, like it with the, to make it look like it's like attached to the upper bar. I don't know. We'll see. Let's get rid of the let's hide the numbers though. We'll do do this. I don't know why I keep doing it this way. I can literally just grab this, do free transform, and just drag it over to here. And there we go. Problem solved. Go. Delete, delete. Just says, actually shipping alcohol to Utah is a pain, but most other places it's easy. That's probably where my it's where my frame of reference would be, is the whole shipping to Utah thing. You know, because where I live. So yeah, I can see that being the case. Being a pain in Utah to ship. Yeah, that's definitely could see that. Because, you know, yay for Utah. Actually, we keep that. Same thing over here. Ugh. Same thing over here. And then if on the HP bar, we do this. Interesting, interesting. I also just realized I need to this. Here we go. Yeah, something like that. X says, but I'll look into the mead kit and make a few batches to get into it. I like it. I like it. Be a good time. And then also says, looks integrated well. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe it's integrated too well. I also don't know where we're going to put the numbers to indicate what you're actually drawing. You know, because like we have the numbers. We could just like put them down below or something like that. Yeah, maybe it's like too integrated into the bar. I also don't know what colors we're going to use, because like red makes sense for, like it makes sense for HP. So I'd want to use red for the HP bar. But then I'm like, okay, well then what am I going to do with the side of the draw power? Oof. Yeah, my brain is starting to go. It is definitely getting late. You do green? Oh, green and blue. Orange? Yeah. I didn't like the purple and the blue. I don't know. Maybe green and blue? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, cool. Well, I might sketch a little bit just to see what I can kind of get going on here. And maybe it's just because they're like actually connected. I feel like I didn't have as much of an issue when they were less connected, you know? Let's see if I can Control Z all the way back to where we were before. Nope, that's as far back as it's going. That's fine. That's fine. We were gonna redo this anyway, but yeah, I feel like having it more disconnected, the red and the blue work. So, yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, so let's do this. Let's just kind of go like this. And let's just kind of close that up a little bit just to make it look a little bit more intentional, you know? Go. And then on this side, same thing. Let's take you, retransform to there. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's not exactly where we were before, but close enough. It is close enough. All right. Well, this at least gets us a good way toward where we're wanting to be, which is your cards here, enemy cards are here. You draw, they move over this way, move over that way. I know we kind of already had it almost like that before, but this feels a lot better. And then I just need to get the actual, because all of this stuff here, these are all going to be HUD elements, which are extremely easy to move around and manipulate and make do whatever I want, even once I get them in place. So we can literally just have placeholders, which is what these are going to be for now, placeholders of things to eventually replace with other things. So it will get there, it will be better, but for now, I think this is what we've got. I may change a little bit about where things are sitting and all that fun stuff, but for now, this seems okay. This seems fine. It seems fine-ish. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. Here, and we say monster name, and then we do 20 point, and do it in this Weicht. Yeah, this will be a good indication of how far I can go. So we got, and then the HP bar and the DP bar. And same thing with the DP bar. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's close enough. We're making progress. Okay, well, that's okay. I know that today was a lot of talking because we were catching up. We were switching gears from lemonade stand, RPG maker, game jam stuff back to Tomb of Versilius. Had to kind of go over the updated potential storyline. So yeah, there were definitely a lot of talking, but Thursday should be much more progress filled, so it should be good. Yeah. Axel says, I do like this UI more than the old one. Good. I would be very sad if we got to the end of this and you're like, I think I like the old one better. Also, you should change the enemy red to green or something. I will probably do that, yeah. I'm gonna mess with the different colors and just kind of see which ones work best and all that fun stuff. Jesse says, good night, Moon Man, and thanks for streaming. Thanks so much for being here, Jesse. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been great. It's been fun. But yeah, anyway, just as a reminder, no stream tomorrow, but it will be on Thursday, and it'll be on Thursday going forward. So, yeah, should be a good time, and yeah, it'll be great. Green is poison. That's a good point. And that's kind of where I was going with purple, because purple is supposed to be like the dark stuff, the bad. But I don't know. Maybe it does make more sense to, yeah, the red. If I'm going to do red for HP, which I already am with the player, then maybe we should do a different color other than red. So, yeah, maybe green. Maybe a different shade of green. Maybe the lighter green. And then the lighter blue. Oh, that already is the lightest blue. Darker blue? I don't know. We will get it figured out. It's gonna be fine. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. So, anyway, well, thank you all so much for being here. It has been an absolute blast. I'm excited to get back into Tomb of Versilius. It was a fun break that we took working on that little game jam project. It was fun, but yeah, definitely time to get back into Tomb of Versilius. Get this thing progressing again. Let's see if we can actually get it to the point where I feel more confident that it should be ready by summer or in summer or before the end of summer, sometime around there. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in, for chatting, for hanging out. It's been an absolute blast. And I will see you all on Thursday for the next stream. So until then, I hope everyone has a fantastic evening or great rest of your day or morning, wherever you may be in this big wide world of ours. And I will see you all on Thursday. So thank you so much. Take care, and we'll see you then. Goodbye.